Hello, everybody. It's just me today. Just checking in. Is everything all working? Are we live? Are we doing stuff? Like, can you hear me? Normally, I have Lydia to check for me, but Lydia's abandoned me. Oh, sick. So, hi, everybody. Special shout out. Hey, Matt. Thanks for subscribing for 4 months. That's nice. I'm so glad that it happened. I was a little concerned. I don't often get to stream alone because normally Lydia doesn't do anything. So Lydia's right here with me. It's also good to see Cameron. Hey, Cameron. It's just me. All alone. I don't know what we're gonna do. You guys are probably going to have to direct me on what exactly we're to do, because I can't run a talk show where we talk about our last episode if I don't have anyone to bounce off of. So one of two things is gonna happen. Here's the skinny of it. Alright. You guys are either gonna have to ask questions and be like, hey, Aaron, what do you think about this thing? Or, in result of the last episode, where do you guys think you're gonna go? And I'm going to have to be the guest on this journey. Or we could switch over to like an art stream or something. I have it set up. I don't know what I'm going to draw. That would also probably be on your volition, I guess, to tell me what exactly I'm supposed to do. But it's up to you guys. Also, thoughts of, I wish that I had some kind of media like that I could play in the background easier. Whoa. That's not what I wanted. Gotta check a thing real quick here. But right now, all I have is the exact same music that I can loop. Just wanted to make sure. There we go. But so that's about all I can do. So those are your options. I know that there is a lot of copyright-free music. I just don't know how to play that through Streamlabs and not just like set up a speaker somewhere in the vicinity of a microphone, which is so scuffed and will not work super well because anytime I talk, it'll cancel it out and stuff like that. It's something that I'm working on Grant and Drew with, because I know that they know how to do these stuff. Yeah, it is just this like, yeah, very Luigi's Mansion. But yeah, so hi, Maz. I'm doing pretty all right. I mean, I should probably do my obligatory plugs, but now that no one's joined me today, I don't know if I feel like it. So those are your options. Do you want to talk about the last episode? Do you want to ask questions about the paper dungeon and stuff like that? Or do you want to switch over to an art stream? Or I can work on monsters and stuff for the Crimson Wastes book and stuff like that. I will leave it up to you. I would run a poll. It's also something that Grant has not taught me how to do yet because I am technologically inept. What's your guys' choice? I shall await. How's the move looking, Maz? I mean, not a whole lot of it is up to me, honestly. Lydia's got some stuff planned. Grant's working on stuff. I don't have a whole lot that I need to do. So do you want me to, when I say design monsters, it would actually probably be a lot of like making a PDF stat block for the monsters, or you can see my just disgusting way of formatting a monster stat block in Word. That's what I mean by designing monster. Redraw Boggle? No. Never again. We will have a ramble about my favorite stuff today. That'll happen regardless of what we do. Yeah, Lydia, right? I'm like, I know that there is a way. I mean, I'm not modded as a person, so I can't do it through my phone, and it's supposed to be easier through the phone, I think. And I theoretically should be able to do it somehow. Oh, Maz is on it. You know, I don't do the tech stuff. The fact that I haven't broken the entire stream through streaming table scraps yet, like, and I mean like accidentally like delete the channel, is a miracle in and of itself. So one day a poll will arrive, and it is up to you. The options are art or like monster stat block. Let me tell you, Nalif, wouldn't have missed a whole lot because I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, those are your two options. Either that, or we could just, if you guys have a lot of questions, it is absolutely Grant's fault, and I will not deny this. It's Grant's fault, and he deserves punishment. That is my stance at any turn. It's Grant's fault. Oh, hi. This is a interesting time for you to be new, because this is not how it normally looks. Hey there, JP. Normally there are other people on this show. I've been left today. Lydia's... I mean, yeah. What do you mean, are we keeping the Grant sucks? It's just fact. Do we watch TikTok stuff? Yes, we also have a TikTok. That's, if you, a little earlier, I know that Maz was on it. He plugged us in the chat. But we have a TikTok, a YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, all sorts of stuff like that. And you should show up. Normally we play a Dungeons & Dragons game on Mondays. And that's what most of our content is going to be. Why am I so mean to Grant? Have you met... Well, no, you haven't met him. That would be why. That would be why you don't understand. All things for real. We love Grant, but the joke of us hating Grant is too funny to let die. Opinions on the D&D Beyond acquisition. That's a good question. I have a lot of thoughts on the D&D Beyond acquisition. The main one is, so I saw a post on this, and I agree absolutely. My thought is, sometime after the acquisition, Dungeons & Dragons is going to switch things up, and they're going to provide a subscription service. And that service will, if you are subscribed, give you access to the core books. That's what I think they're going to do. That is great for some people and really bad for other people. I currently don't have any of the books purchased or anything like that on D&D Beyond. I'm not a big online, like, Dungeons & Dragons person. I prefer, which is funny because we do a stream that's online and stuff like that. But, I already have most of the books that I need, like, in hardcover, so I wouldn't need to do the online stuff. So the subscription is a much more appeasing thought to me, or appealing, I guess would be the word. If that happens, ooh, with the poll. I mean, okay, guys, we can't just all vote make fun of Grant. You have to give me something else to do. I know that we all want to make fun of Grant, and thank you, Maz, for that, for the poll. But I gotta do something else. I've got 2 hours, theoretically, of this content to do. I can't just have it be one thing. Well, I could, as long as that one thing is not making fun of Grant. But yeah, so if the Dungeons & Dragons acquisition goes the way that I think that it will, I think it'll be really good. For people who don't have the books, didn't want to buy the books, or just didn't want to spend that online money, they would prefer it in, like, a hardcover form. Because if I can just pay, like, somewhere between $5 and $10 a month to gain access to 3 books that would assist me in my gosh dang stream situation, I'm in. Like, that's probably something that I would look out for. Ooh. This poll is not going the way that I thought that it would. Oh, okay. So monster blocks and things. So we might need another poll after this, Maz. Because if monster blocks and things, we've got to decide between monster blocks or art. That's the real question. Do you want me to draw things? Or do you want me to go into a Word document and then you can see the process for making monsters? That's a difficulty that we're on. Oof. So I know that making fun of Grant is the choice that is possible. But, like, you know, this isn't just a thing that I could do out of nowhere. And let me tell you, making fun of Grant will be a thing that happens for sure over the course of this stream. What the question is, do I draw things or do I make monster stat blocks? Spaff, it's going to happen. I don't know. Grant's a little loser baby. What do you want from me? All the things that I could say about Grant are honest. They don't just come out of nowhere. Okay, so this is for those of you who don't know. Grant and I are moving in together at some point in time, most likely end of May, mid-June, somewhere in the May-June area. And then Lydia will be moving down from, I think it's like South Carolina or something like that, to join us also down here in Nebraska. In that time, there will be a lot of content that will be popping up, whether it be on Lydia's channel or Grant's channel, most likely Grant's channel because Lydia is way more professional than us. And you'll get to see probably a lot of interesting things. My goal, God dang, why are y'all looking for monster blocks? People are crazy. Just want to see me write things. But yeah, also we'll probably be posting like Patreon videos and stuff of our time up there and all sorts of things. Why does Nebraska sound so far? Because Nebraska is officially the same distance from every other state. Like in comparison. Because we are just smack dab in the middle. So no matter where you go, you're just going farther away from Nebraska. Yeah. So there will be a lot of content. My goal in life is to become the villain on not only the Paper Dungeon, but also Grant's stream. Because Grant also streams, if you didn't know. It is not as regular or as planned, but it will become more so as most likely once we do that move. So my goal is just to become the villain on every stream. Monster stat blocks. Y'all really surprising me with this. Yes, Lydia will have to drive a very, very far distance. Puerto Rico is pretty far to go to go to Nebraska. All right, let me get things set up. Gotta, gosh dang, change stuff and do things. Y'all surprised me. I thought that we were gonna draw today. I had all the art set up. So now I've got to switch over to some. Y'all are crazy. All right, we're gonna open. Let's see. Here we go. now. Yeah, well, welcome to watching Aaron attempt to navigate any form of anything electronic right now. I'm so sorry for the like awkward muttering. Let's see. Let's do that. All right. That's there. Oh my god. Thank you for entertaining yourselves while I manage whatever the crap is going on. Let's see. Okay. Also, if my voice sounds real gravelly today, it's because I woke up like 15 minutes before we started streaming. So, it's getting better now, but earlier I was feeling like I was very, like, Firestone. If you ain't driving a Firestone. Like, that's very much how I felt like I was sounding. Alright. I think we are set up to the extent that I could probably transition over. Alrighty. I'm also going to have to move. No. I won't have to. I'll just have to make the screen bigger. This is going to be an interesting conundrum that I've stumbled upon. Alright. So, if I shift to here, I make it more manageable. Ooh, let's not drop our books everywhere, everybody. Alright, let's transition this over. So, welcome to Aaron creating monster stat blocks the stream. So this is what we're operating with. I do pretty much all of my monster stat block work and things like that in Google Drive. So this is Google Drive. This is what we're looking at here. This is the overview that I gave to DJ of what all of the creatures that I had set up for the Scarlet Wastes while we were like actually in them. So that way he would know. He would just have examples. I had written out descriptions of what they were, some of how things functioned, different benefits that they'd have, Cuggawumpers, desert lilies, dragonflowers. These are all the flora, and then farther down is when we start to get to actual fauna and stuff. Now, if you saw up above, I also had some stat blocks created that are literally just images of things, and then I would input individual boxes in to make it look a little bit better. I changed that a little bit the farther down we went, because I believe that I switched over to, just to make it easier, I switched over to Word. So this should just be two whole images where I created the stat block in Word and then screenshotted the image and then just put them next to each other so it would look like one solid stat block. This is way easier, not as pretty. Like, this just looks a lot nicer, and the text is a lot larger and stuff like that. Yeah, this was the signature blood golem, if you can see. That was rough to fight. So I'm not quite sure. I think I do like the word difference. Now, eventually, the goal is, once I have these all written out, I'll reformat them so they will eventually, and then put them back into a Word document that will turn into a PDF eventually, that will eventually start to look like this. So it'll have the full description, orcish name, all the things that it can do, and then hand sketches of the actual item itself. That's the eventual goal. I cannot guarantee that that is where we will eventually end up, or if it'll look like this, or if there's any other changes and stuff that I want to make to it. I haven't tried TetraCube. I have tried, I believe it's called Home Brewery. That's another one that I've used it before. I used it to make the Oath of the Harvest for Between the Rows Season 1. And it's also a really good like PDF function. I mainly just made the stat blocks in like Word and Google Drive for ease of access. Maz, I don't make you homebrew anything. You do that to yourself. But yeah, ease of access is the main thing. I don't want to have to learn a super new system just when I'm making the general stat blocks, regardless of how much more time or less time it takes me to switch over to a new thing. I'll probably use a different system when I'm actually making the full PDF. But I'm also unsure of like how the art will look on the PDF format and stuff like that. So that's all just things to keep in mind. I'm not sure of the finished product, but right now I'm probably just going to make the PDFs in Google Drive. Or not make the PDFs, make the, let's see. There we go. I'll probably just make the stat blocks in Google Drive. Just because it's, it's just a little bit more accessible, a little bit easier to do. And I really don't want to have to go to the effort of doing it somewhere else. Well, no, I'll make it in Google Drive. I'll go the long way around. That way you'll get to see the whole process. So just so you all know, when I was just starting out at Dungeons and Dragons, I was still in high school. It was like early high school as well. It was like freshman year. In my spare time in class, between class, pretty much anywhere, I would make entire maps using the Google Drive image function. That is a little thing I like to call absolute hell. But I did it. So actually I got pretty good at like manipulating the picture function in Google Drive to be able to make like whole maps that were like usable and maneuverable and things like that. It was long ago. I was but a young boy. But yeah, so this is actually pretty standard for me. It feels really clunky, and it isn't perfect, but I'm pretty used to it by now. Doing things the hard way is kind of that's basically the Aaron strategy. So now the question is, what exactly do I want to start with? If we're doing stat blocks, the best thing to do would be to start with the fauna. I already have Blood Golem done, Crystal Toad is done. Glozers, Rippers, Sandrats, Sandbrides, Skinwalkers. Skinwalker would be a fun one to do. For those of you who haven't seen the Skinwalker, I should be able to pull it up for you, because I've actually already made the art for the Skinwalker before. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Maybe it isn't the wrong one. Because I just realized that all of my art was in there. I'm not seeing it off the top of my head. This might be one of the ones that I switched over to a different form. Oh, the Skinwalkers? Oh, no. This is a completely different thing. These are not the same thing that you're thinking of. Let's see. I don't remember. I know that I posted it in the Discord. Let's see if I can search it up. The Invisifrog, the Glozer. Man, where did I put this thing? Why must I have so many different locations where I save? I should really organize this, come to think of it. Let's see. New folder. Oh, I still have Grant's first ever art. When I first got my my sketch pad, Grant was like, "Hey Aaron, can I draw something on it?" And I was like, "Sure, Grant, whatever, man." I'm doing it the ooh. Whoa. That was weird. Oh, the Skinwalkers are not the same that I honestly didn't even know that was a Native American thing. I actually based them off of one of my favorite book series. Oh geez. Patrick Rothfuss, the Kingkiller Chronicles. That's the one. The Kingkiller Chronicles have a creature in them called like the Skrill or something like that. That are basically these little like spider things that like run around, and then will like hop inside of people's bodies and take them over, and then like go on murder rampages. And they're really hard to kill because even if you kill the thing that they're inhabiting, they'll just jump out and then like crawl inside of you. It's really bad. So if there is any offense, I will absolutely change the name. I didn't even know that was a thing. So please keep me on track there. I am relatively unaware of things. I just went, something that inhabits someone other bodies and walks around in their skin. Oh, a skinwalker. That was just my natural brain go-to. Gonna have to do this a long way, and that's really frustrating. Because now I have to find it manually in my phone, and it's been like 6 months since I drew this thing. Oh, it's right here. Well, that's convenient. Let's see. So now if I go here... Sorry for the wait on this, guys. Body jumper isn't bad at all. Let's see. Oh, and that the statement goes for pretty much everything. If at any point in time I like make a monster or something, and it turns out that this is already a thing that exists, and it is not a thing that I should like be creating, please tell me, because the intent is never to like hurt anyone or offend anyone or do anything like that. The goal is always just to make cool Dungeons and Dragons monsters for people to like use and going to like games and stuff like that. And oh, also in my game, the skinwalker is it's just made out of hands. Like its actual form, it's just hands. Why is it just hands? I think it's neat. But the main thing is when the skinwalker is in another person's body, and they are doing their walker things and just like crawling around. Since they crawl in like through the mouth, it contorts their face, and it makes it look all weird. So an example of what I mean when it makes it look all weird. I love myself some good old-fashioned body horror. I drew this a while ago as kind of like, you know, the sketches that they do of like this psychologist who is also an artist decided to represent what it was like to be on speed or something. And then they'll draw things and it's like this is the art of a depressed man and stuff like, and it's just like really creepy, like almost like abstract versions of how they see the world. I tried to base it off of this, but when they are in a person's body, it looks like this. This is a skinwalker in a person. Not their actual form or anything like that, but pretty neat. And this was one of the things that I drew. I was really happy about, just because, man, the eyes are concerning. So yeah, that was a fun time. So that's what we're gonna be making today. Now the hardest part about so this is where I'm gonna pull that back up, move that over here. The thing that is going to be kind of difficult about this is, and this is how I make most of my monsters. In general, most monsters, or at least the archetype of monsters, have already been created. So like their general purpose and stuff like that. There's probably something out there that fits pretty well. Is there an opposite where it's frowning? There might be. Also, this is another thing. These ideas are completely fair use. The only thing that I ask if you do is like if you use them in your game or something, or if you use, please don't use the art without reference. That should always be a thing. Try to always credit your artists. Eventually, I'll release all of this in game and stuff. Mister, that is a perfect example of what to do when naming monsters, especially monsters that are like kind of weird and creepy and people don't know what exactly their deal is. The creepier and weirder it is, because people will over exaggerate anything specifically for the purpose of keeping people away from it. So that's a very good way to name your monsters. Take some attribute of them and then really exaggerate it, and that will like make really good monster names. But anyway, when making monsters, if you want to like make a stat block for something, like my first thought, oh yeah, I'm skipping all around. Let's go back to the first one. Feel free to use these monsters in your games. Absolutely. My goal with the Scarlet Wastes, and eventually when I release this in like PDF form and stuff like that, I want there to be a place where dungeon masters can send their players, or the players can be looking for things. I want it to be filled with kind of like more of an old school charm. I want there to be ferocious beasts, terrifying creatures, basically just an entire mysterious land where everything is out to kill you at any point in time. Kind of get back that like Dark Sun Athos feel. But the purpose for going in there is incredibly beneficial. Like all of these monsters have things that you can do with their remains or where they live that will benefit you. So like, one of the examples is actually a plant. A lot of the plants are very useful. went right to it. The marionette's wire. So the marionette's wire, it's a plant that specifically grows around tall trees, cacti, outcroppings of stone. The only place that they grow is somewhere where someone has been, like, has died by hanging. So, like, in a traditional Dungeons & Dragons game, they would grow around, like, gallows and stuff like that. And they function much in the same way. They have long whip-like tendons that, like, lash out at creatures, and then they can control them like little marionettes. And then, so the creatures often won't even die for an extended period of time, and they'll use them to, like, puppet around and then lure other creatures closer to the marionette's wire. Eventually they die, probably from hunger or dehydration. But once you kill the vines, they can easily be enchanted into a rope of climbing, a rope of entanglement, or used to craft a Durn's tentacle whip. Or, with 3 vines, a tentacle rod. And the Durn's tentacle whip is one of my favorite items in the game. And if you remember the name of the tribe that, the tribe of orcs that Tarak went to, they are the tribe Black Whip. Their leader, Vark Grim, his main weapon is a Durn's tentacle whip. It hides itself in your body. It is a symbiotic magical item that turns into, like, a necrotic damage dealing thing as you, like, will it into being and start, like, whipping people. It's great. And so I actually had to make multiple stat blocks for this. I don't think... Oh, I did. Nice. So the standard marionette's wire, motionless, speed of 0, does a bunch of stuff, but I also had to make stats for the puppets. So when someone is brought to 0 health, let's see, piercing vine, while grappled, the creature's max hit points are reduced by 1d8 at the start of their turns. Creature who is at 0 hit points while grappled in this way becomes a puppet. And then the puppet stats. So then you also get to play the trolley question of, how do you defeat this vine thing? You have a couple of options. You can get rid of all of the puppets, but some of those puppets could be party members that drop to 0 hit points while fighting this thing. Or they could be completely innocent people who, like, maybe this town was abandoned because a marionette's wire grew at the gallows, and so anyone walking through town could just die. So some of these may be innocent villages or anything like that. And so the goal of the Guide to the Scarlet Wastes is to bring back the desire to hunt monsters for wealth, power, and influence. Like, go out there, hunt for your armor or your weapons. Like, bring back some of that feel. And I want people to do whatever they want with it. So, like, feel free to use these creatures in your game, even if it's just concepts. If you want to use the stat blocks for them, go right ahead. You can edit them to your pleas. If you want to have a variant skinwalker that frowns instead of has the, like, ear-to-ear smile, absolutely. Maybe they're a completely different species. Who knows what they do with them? The only thing that isn't, like, use and change it as you like is the art. Because, like, in general, that's a pretty good practice. Credit your artists and do stuff like that. But in terms of if you want to use the art, you can absolutely use the art. It's in the Discord under the art thing. If it is art that I post, feel free to use it in your games. Just make sure to tell where you got it from. And then maybe send them to the Discord and stuff like that. That would be pretty cool if you could do that. That'd be pretty neat. So, you guys are going to have to remind me. There's also a thing that I've been working on. I don't even know if I can capture it well, because it might take some work. My computer's going to have to run on overdrive here. But there's something that I've been working on that I'll have to show you. I'm really proud of it. It's in Blender, and that's terrifying to me. But yeah, so let's start off with our Skinwalker. I mentioned previously, if there's a monster that you want to make, there's probably already a monster that you can start off as kind of a baseline influence for it. In this case, we're going to go to one of our favorite books, the Monster Manual. Can you guys beat me to it? Which monster do you think I'm gonna use for a reference as for how this works? I'll let you message, see if you can figure it out. Guys, you best believe I don't even remember the name for it, so it'll help me too. Let's go to our... Let's see. Anyone got any guesses? I really wish I could remember. Oh, there we go. I'll tell you right now, it's on page 191 of the Monster Manual. Here we go. This is a monster. Not a terribly difficult challenge rating, but man, is it a pain to deal with. For those of you who watched Critical Role, this thing took over Grog for a while, pretty early on in the campaign. That's about the extent I know of Critical Role, because I have not watched a whole lot of it. But this monster, very closely related to a Mind Flayer. They are illithid creatures. The Intellect Devourer. Very good basis, in my opinion, for the Skinwalker. They literally have an ability called Body Thief, where they will crawl inside of your brain after your intelligence has been rotted away, and then they puppet you around and stuff like that. Sounds pretty close to what we want to do with the Skinwalker, right? Also, thanks for your interaction and making sure that you're really working with me on this. Way to put your guesses into the chat of what monster I'm going to start to use. Let's see. Let's insert ourselves an image. Actually, a drawing. So, the question is, how much of a challenge rating, which, mind you, working off of challenge rating, terrible, but does provide you a good reference to how much health or difficulty you think you're going to end up having with this thing. Or at least the goal. My challenge ratings tend to be a bit harder than the challenge ratings for the rest of them, but it's what I'll work with. An Intellect Devourer is only challenge rating 2, which is, I feel, horribly incorrect for the challenge rating of this monster. Because there are situations where this guy is practically unbeatable. Like, for a low-level party, like, challenge rating 2, that would mean that probably a group of 3 to 4 adventurers would go up against an Intellect Devourer. It is so swingy, because it's either A, like if it is just an Intellect Devourer, it's going to get murdered in like one round of combat by 3 level 3 adventurers. That's like way too easy. If it is an Intellect Devourer in like a creature that it has already taken over, now we're in a worse situation. And now it might be too difficult for a group of 3 challenge rating 3 party members. That sucks. And there's no real way to go about it. Like, there's not a good rating system that I can think of that's like... I mean, there is. It could literally just be if this Intellect Devourer is already in a Body Thief position, it makes it increases its challenge rating to like challenge rating 4 or something like that. So, Intellect Devourer. Challenge rating 2. Has a speed of 40 feet. If you guys don't know what an Intellect Devourer is, it's like a dog, but it's just a brain instead of a body. It's a fun one. If you're in the Underdark, it's a problem. Also, thanks for the subscription. It has 40 feet of movement. It only has 21 health and an armor class of 12. Not that hard to kill if it's just by itself. Once you get through the, like, I'm not going to go over all the skills and resistances and stuff like that. Although it is resistant to all non-magical attacks, which is a very big problem for some early level parties. Can't be blinded because it doesn't have eyes. It has blind sight, all sorts of stuff. Telepathy. Can also detect sentience. Can sense the presence and location of any creature within 300 feet of it that is an intelligence of 3 or higher. Unless they're protected by a mind blank spell. Multi-attack. It can attack with its claws and use Devour Intellect. That's the one that we're going to really start to get concerned of. Devour Intellect. Targets one creature within 10 feet of it that has a brain. The target must succeed on DC 12 intelligence saving throw, not a high save, or take 2d10 psychic damage. On a failure, they roll 3d6. You roll 3d6. If the total exceeds or equals or exceeds the target's intelligence score, the score is reduced to 0, and it is then stunned until it regains at least 1 point of intelligence. How? So basically what this monster is if there's a barbarian in the party, you no longer have a barbarian in the party. Like, just if we're going off of standard choices here, intelligence is normally a barbarian's dump stat. I know that that's a stereotype, but there are reasons why it happens, and it makes sense. Barbarian gone. That's what we're talking about here. That's a problem. That's a big problem. It can then, using Body Thief, initiate an intelligence contest with an incapacitated humanoid, which involves stunned, within 5 feet that isn't protected by protection from evil and good. Can then consume the target's brain, teleport into its skull, and take control of its body. While there, it has total cover against attacks and other effects originating from outside its host. The Intellect Devourer retains its intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, as well as its understanding of deep speech, its telepathy, and its traits. Otherwise, it adopts the target's statistics and knows everything the creature knew, including spells and languages. If the host's body dies, it must leave. A protection from evil and good spell cast on the body drives the Intellect Devourer out. It is also forced out if the target regains its devoured brains by means of a wish. You know, a very accessible thing when you're fighting challenge rating 2. Watch out, Plock. The system will get you. The only hoes here are Intellect Devourers. Because let me tell you, they suck. like, okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Like how... you're level 2, a group of level 2 fighters, or something like that, like heroes, adventurers. And your DM goes, oh, they're level 2, that means that this challenge rating 2 thing could go up against them. Maybe it'll surprise them. Step 1, it succeeds on its intelligence. It beats its intelligence score, because that you could roll an 18 on the 6s, 3d6. And suddenly, heck, even the wizard's gone. Intelligence, gone. Then it just hops inside of its brain, insta-dead. There's no... You guys are level 2 adventurers. The only way to get your brain back is through a wish spell within 1 minute of death. How is this a challenge rating 2 creature? If this is exactly the type of creature that I want to emulate in the Scarlet Wastes. So we're gonna do a little bit of we're gonna do a little bit of creation here. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the chat voted that they wanted me to make stat blocks, and let me tell you, haven't done a whole lot of that so far, but we're working on it. We are going to start off. Okay. Also, because I've been conditioned into doing so, We're using Times New Roman font. Oh, what's the difficulty on the broken ability? The Devour Intellect requires a DC 12 Intelligence saving throw. So, like, okay, that's not that bad of a save. If it's me, I fail that over 50% of the time. It doesn't matter what my intelligence save is. And then the Body Thief doesn't have a save. Oh, nope. There is an intelligence contest. But it will automatically win against anyone that they have won against the Devour Intellect with. If you fail the Devour Intellect, your intelligence is reduced to 0. And then Body Thief just automatically happens. Also, there are no specific ways stated of regaining your intelligence. Like, there isn't a, oh yeah, just take a nap. No. You are stunned until it regains 1 point of intelligence. How do you do that? How do you do that? The answer is you level up to level 4, and then you can put 1 point back in intelligence, and now you're not stunned. How are you going to level up to level 4 while you're stunned for the rest of your life? No, what happens is you fail the save, it takes your body, and then you die. Actually, correction, takes your body, then it pilots you around, killing the rest of your friends, and then you die. That's what happens. And it's wild to me that they were like, yeah, this is probably a challenge rating 2 creature. It has an insta-kill ability, definitely challenge rating 2. I hope that this typing isn't terrible. I don't think it should be, but you never know. Let's see. This would probably be considered a... how do I spell that? Welcome to step 1 of creating a stat block. And also Aaron misspelling every possible word. So I just finished a 14-page essay last night for college. I didn't expect to show up today and then have to write more. So if I mess up on words, this is on you. I could have been drawing something, and instead you decided to make me do this. And let me tell you, I love doing this. Man, is it annoying. Like, I really enjoy making stat blocks. Not what I was aiming for today. All right. Now, this is another important question. This factors into how difficult the creature is to beat. In the case of the Intellect Devour, most likely the reason that Wizards of the Coast decided this is challenge rating 2 is because of its armor class and hit points. What was the essay about? The essay was about a financial analysis of PayPal. It was horrible, and I hated it. And it made me question why I am a business major. When deciding armor class, it's one of the most important things, because half of the time it's way too low, and half of the times it's way too high. And it matters a lot what the armor class is for the challenge rating of the creature. As for an easy way of figuring out what your challenge rating should be, I honestly don't really have one. You just kind of mess with it and find a number that you feel fits well for the difficulty of this. So I want Skinwalkers to be harder to kill than an Intellect Devour, because I hate people. and I'm a monster, is the answer. We're getting into the same... I'm actually going to center myself a bit more. The same reason that the Blood Golem was so difficult to fight was because its AC was a 21. We're not going to make it a 21 to hit this thing, because it's not This thing could not take on a blood golem and win. Blood golems also they can't take over, so that's a big problem. But you don't want to put like a 21 AC on a creature like this. The AC for an intellect devour is a 12, if you remember correctly. Off of a guess, probably a good armor class for this thing would be I'm going to say a 14. Because it doesn't feel like a 15. 15 is that means that 75% of the times if you have a +0, you're going to miss. Leaving you only a 25% chance to hit. 14 isn't much off of that, but it is just a little bit more achievable than the 75% miss rate. We're also going to have our hit points. Oh. Note to self, don't forget your controls. So here's the next question. Hit points. Another big factor as to why creatures are given a challenge rating. If, let's say, the Intellect Devourer is a challenge rating 2, which I would honestly probably put it at like a challenge rating 4, because 9 times out of 10 you're going to be in those situations. I would love to give the Skinwalker 3000 HP. That should not be the case, because the main problem should be that the Skinwalker is probably already in a body. So once it's out of the body, it should be easier to kill. Now, so this is another thing that I like to do, and I'll get to it a little bit later once we get to like resistances and immunities and stuff like that. I do this quite often, a lot with like folk creatures and stuff like that, if they're based off of like fairies or I don't know, any other type of lore. Most of the time those creatures will have very strange weaknesses. Like a lot of cultures have vampires can be stopped by throwing rice down in front of them, so they have to count each piece before they can move past. Vampires are super good example. There are 1,000,000,001 ways that people are like, this is how you could take care of a vampire. And it varies from, oh, they fear the crucifix, to they just don't like legumes, like like all sorts of weird things. And so in this case, a lot of the times iron, like pure iron, is a way to get rid of like creatures and stuff like that. So the Skinwalker, although it will have resistances to non-magical damage, it will have a vulnerability to weapons made out of iron, which is why before we went into the wastes, Track requisitioned 4 rods of pure iron. So that's a little thing that we'll cover a bit earlier. So if you prepare for these things, they might not be as hard to beat. Now, if you notice when you look at a stat block, they will have the health pool is represented by like a number and then some parentheses, and it'll be like 68 plus 40. The reason for that is monster health is actually calculated the exact same as player health. So the assumption is that there are certain levels that they have, and then for each of those levels they gain their constitution modifier as a bonus to that level. So if I think of it as a player level, how strong do I want the Skinwalker to be? So first off, 1 through 20, and mind you, monsters get to cheat on this a lot of the time. Some of them will go like over 20 once you get to like krakens and like big legendary monsters. This isn't one of those. So most likely, I'm thinking that this is probably within the range of probably level 6 to level 12 is the level that I would put this creature, that I want it to be at. Just to make it easy, let's put it at 9. So we're going to go into our thing. We're going to go 9. Now, once you've decided the level, then all you have to do is think of your standard set of dice, your 7 set polyhedrals. The more health you want, the higher you go up on your polyhedrals, normally up to a maximum of a d12. The lower health you want, the lower down on the polyhedrals you go. I want this to be stronger than the average. So if you think d6, d8, well, no, it's d4, d6, d8, d10, d12. We've got 5 options. And then if we go d4, d6, the answer we're looking for is a d8, if we want it to be in the middle of the health pools. So, 98. We will leave this question up in the air for now, which also means that our hit points will also be left as a question mark, because we will get to the actual stats here in a second. The last thing that's in this kind of portion of the stat block is speed. There we go. How fast do we want this thing to move? Intellect devours are fast. They've got paws. This is just a hand. And it's, well, technically it's a lot of hands, all combined into one, which is really cool, because that would mean that if you open their mouth, that you would just see, like, fingers, like, coming out of their throat, and that's gross. Love gross stuff. Now, we're going to do the exact same thing that we did when we were planning the Skinwalker as a whole. We're going to find a monster that has a similar form of transportation as this monster. It's made of hands. I happen to know that there is an undead creature. I don't know if it's still in the alphabetical section, called a crawling claw. Oh, yep, there it is. Crawling claws. They are an undead. It's literally just a hand of a zombie, and it crawls around. If you've ever seen Evil Dead, I think it might be The Evil Dead. There's he cuts off his own hand because it's trying to kill him, and then it's there for the rest of the movie. That's a crawling claw. They are malicious murder weapons that are just the decapitated hand of a creature that crawls around on its fingertips. They have a movement speed of 20. They also have a climb speed of 20, which is an important thing. For those of you who don't know rule-wise, every creature has a climbing speed. It is just half of their movement speed. If it is particularly difficult terrain, so like if they're just trying to climb a wall and it isn't hard, they can do that. They have a climbing speed. If you think that there is difficulty to climbing a certain location, that's when you want to start adding in the athletic checks. Like if it's like, oh, this wall has a spiked top, so you'll have to like mantle it correctly without taking damage and stuff like that. Or this mountain is known to be incredibly crumbly and it doesn't have a lot of handholds. It's known to be pretty chossy. You're going to want to put the athletics checks there. But if they're just trying to make a standard climb, like, oh yeah, it's not this hard to do, they can do that. If it's in combat, it's half of their movement speed. Some classes avoid that. The Thief class, I believe, gains, at 3rd level, they gain, like, high story, or, like, they basically gain a climbing speed equal to their movement speed. I like that, but I kind of want, since this thing is known to be in the desert, rather than a climbing speed, I kind of want to give it a burrow speed. So that way it can, like, sink into the sand and stuff like that. And then, like, pop out and, like, take people and, like, pull open their mouths and crawl inside and stuff like that. Because that sounds terrifying. And I think that's neat. You could be, like, walking through the desert. Bam! Things just pop out of the dirt. That's so cool. So let's keep the speed. Let's make them a little faster than a crawling claw, because they're more than one hand. We're going to make it 25 feet. This is one of my least favorite grammar things, is when they, can I zoom in here? You gonna let me zoom in? Is when they put, like, a period and then a comma. I hate it. It irritates the living daylights out of me. And then we're also going to put a burrow speed of... Let's make them pretty fast burrowers. Let's give them a 40-foot burrow speed. Oh, that's an I. That's the wrong letter. And then let's remember. There we go. So that's our next step. We are going to I want to keep these relatively similar. So I'm just going to copy the boxes so I have the lengths correct. Next up on our list, we have our actual stats. We're going to go Control B, TR. Oh, I accidentally unbolted. Strength, Dex, Con, Int, Wiz, Charisma. And then we're just going to kind of going to space these out the best that we can. Gonna lengthen that just a little bit. Thank you. Now let's get to work. We actually do want to tab this out a tad. There we go. All right. Strength-wise, if we look at, take examples from our two monsters that we're working off. We need to go to page 191. I hope this isn't too boring for you guys. I hope this is at least, if not entertaining, at least fine to listen to. Once again, I wish that I could set up music. That would make this a lot more entertaining. I'll have to get with Grant on that and see if I can get some royalty-free music that I can play in the background. The strength for our two creatures are very different because they serve very different purposes. Also, thanks, Mads. I'm glad to hear that you are enjoying it. The intellect of Our is not known for its strength. It has two big meaty paws, not exactly a strong creature. Reason being is it doesn't care about strength. What it cares about is being smart. And not even that smart. It's actually more dexterous than it is smart. Because it doesn't rely on pretty much any actual attacks or ability checks, unlike many other creatures. Like, its job isn't to... Let's make sure that our screen here doesn't fall. Its job isn't to attack things. Its job is to force them to make saving throws, and then when they fail, take over their body, and then eat their soul. Like, fun times. I'm just making... It would be really awkward if, like, my screen pinged off and then broke. And that would make my life very difficult. Unlike the Crawling Claw. The Crawling Claw is a hand. It's an undead hand. The power of undeath gives you strength. And it's just a hand, so its forearm has to be pretty crazy. It goes to the gym, if you know what I mean. But it's also not a terribly large creature. It's a small creature. It's just a hand. It just crawls around and tries to, like, choke people. That's like, it, like, claws. On the bright side, this is a really weird thing. For some reason, crawling claws are immune to turn undead. I don't know if it's because they don't have eyes. Yes. So, okay, so this is actually an interesting conversation. How big are things? Excellent question, Maz. the size categories in Dungeons and Dragons are pretty loose. Like, you can give some general thoughts as to how big or small something is. This is the best I can do. Medium. That's going to be people. Think of any living human on the planet for the most part. There are some exceptions to this. That person is going to be medium. So if you look at the average range of heights, that could be anywhere from like 4'10" to 6'12", like 6'10". 6'12" would be 7 feet tall. Even once you get into like the 7-foot range, those are still probably medium people. A large creature is the size of a horse. So that any large 4-legged animal, that includes lions and tigers, maybe not lions and tigers, they still might be medium. If you think of total volume, they might be medium, I'm unsure. But like big rideable creatures, if you could ride it as a person, it's a large creature. Once you get to giant, I think is next, which is weird because I would think that huge is smaller than giant. Giants are when you start to get to like the size, like the story of a building. So 10 feet tall, 15 feet tall, something around there. And then it keeps going up. Now, when you go smaller is below 4 feet for me. Small is like the lowest I would probably consider small would be around 2 feet, just like you, Maz, maybe 1.5. And then once you get to tiny, the way I envision tiny in my head is anything the size of a cat and smaller. Cats are tiny creatures, I believe, in Dungeons and Dragons. So tiny could be anywhere from 1.5 to like 2 inches tall, which is a very big change in scale. That means that cats are the same size category as like a dragonfly. And so once again, Dungeons and Dragons, it's pretty loosey-goosey with a lot of its explanations. But that's how I would deem size categories, like in my head. So yes, the hand, if you take like this section of your hand, that's smaller than a cat. So yes, the crawling claw is tiny. I love that. Something about being like, oh, how big is this creature? And then having the most vague description of a size. Like, well, I think it could fit in a shoebox. So that's probably tiny. It's like, well, what if it's a baby shoebox? And then it'll go, well, if it fits in a baby shoebox, it's definitely tiny. But if it's like boots, that might be small. Depends on how large of a foot you have. So that is my explanation on size classes. The Skinwalker is also going to be considered tiny. It is smaller than a cat. But strength-wise, if we use the strength from a crawling claw, it's going to be stronger than a intellect devour. That's going to be its purpose. I think the reason that an intellect devour is not strong is because most of it is made up of brain. And brains are not typically known for their physical strength. Like, I've never seen a brain like deadlift over 25 pounds. And not to say that if you are weak, but I don't think I've seen a brain deadlift anything ever. Yes, what we're working on right now is a Skinwalker. The thing I'm comparing it to is an intellect devourer. That's what I'm using as my reference for the creature. So strength-wise, a crawling claw has a strength of 13, which is a +1. I think that it would be okay, because also we want to differentiate ourselves from the intellect devourer. Whereas the intellect devourer contests against mental challenges, I kind of want the Skinwalker to be a brute force kind of creature. Like, it is going to like crawl inside of you and there's nothing you can do about it, kind of thing. So I want its strength to be pretty dang all right. I also might consider it being a charisma thing, because I love making things charisma effects. But we'll get to that. I know that I want the strength to be pretty good. For 13 for the crawling claw, let's just put it at an easy 16 for our skinwalker. Also, note to self, Aaron. Second lines are almost always unbolded. A 16 would give us a strength of a +3. Now, here comes the worst part about doing stats and stuff like this, is that you just have to manually position things. I'm thinking con, strength, or charisma. Those are going to be the things that we're looking for. I don't know why charisma. I just love making people make charisma saves because no one expects it. Like, even with spells, if you notice, like, your players will be like, yeah, I would like to cast this spell. And then you say, okay, what save does it need to make? And they go, I don't know. You like look through the book and they're like, you need to make a charisma save. And you're like, a charisma save? And they're like, look, man, I didn't write this spell. So I just love charisma saves for that. Pretty much that singular reason. As for dexterity, I do think it's pretty nimble, but I think that it's mainly through strength that it gets to where it's going. So it's above a 10, probably more around, probably a 13. Now, the question is, this is a thing that I asked a lot when I was first learning to DM. Why do monsters have weird stats? Like, if you notice, stats increase on the 2s. So 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. That's when your stats will actually increase. So if you're making a monster, why even put a difference between, like, oh, why make it a 12, or why make it a 13, not a 12? They do the exact same thing. You're right. As for Constitution, these are not particularly hardy creatures. I kind of want them to survive off of their shield, aka their person that they are inside. Also, they can inhabit animals and stuff as well. It isn't just people. Because who doesn't want to see a smiling, like, cow, like, roll up? Oh no, Maz. That sucks. Is it, like, big hail or small hail? These are things that I need to know. But Constitution-wise, I don't think its health is, like, shredded. I think that it mainly survives off of, I am inside of a creature, so if you hurt this creature, it's not hurting me. Woo-hoo-hoo. Something kind of like that. So let's put it at a pretty mid-Constitution. Same stat as Dex. Let's give it a 12, though. Why? So anyway, the answer is I don't know. I don't know why they don't. Oh, small but fast. That's no fun. But I don't know why they don't just make it normal. Like, why do they it just looks better, I guess. I don't know. Intelligence. I don't want these things to be smart. I don't want them to be super dumb. But unlike the Intellect Devourer, it doesn't have a brain. So it doesn't care about writing or anything like that, but it isn't smart enough to know how to mimic other people's performance, because it needs to lure other people to it so it can kill them and then take over their bodies. Because who doesn't love just, taking over other people's bodies? I know I do. Anyone else out in the chat? So let's just give it a... I do kind of want it to have a negative. I don't want it to be super great, so let's give it a 9. 9 will give it a -1. Makes it just a little bit worse. Its wisdom, once again, not incredible, but I think it's better than its intelligence because it's like a hunting creature. So let's give it a +0. And then its charisma. So here's the big choice. Do we give it good charisma? Because it is pretty terrifying. I think we do, because it needs to be good at deception. And like luring people over. So I kind of want its charisma to be at least as good as its strength. Just to make it so it's not symmetrical, let's give it a 17. So +3. So now that we have figured out its stats, we can go back up to our health pool. That's true. They do know how to imitate people, so they should have high charisma. They can lure people and do all that kind of fun stuff. I'm also going to, just to make this look a little bit better on their ship. A little bit. There we go. That's a good distance. We're going to go back up to our health pool. Here's how health works. If we gave it 9 levels, 98, that means that it will also have, because it has a +1 to con, +9 health. We are then going to take the average +1 of those die. So we're going to take, let's see, if it's a d8, that would be 5. 5 times 9, 45. Then we're going to add an additional 9. So 54. That's how we get the average number out here. So on average, this creature will have 54 health. But if you want to, and this is a good way to kind of vary combats, if you have the time, energy, and organization to do so, the reason they put those numbers out there are so that way you could roll for the individual hit points of every creature that you have. So that means that, like, I know a lot of creature information and I keep track of combat well. So if I know that we have dealt over 120 health to a creature, once we start to reach the 120 like damage for another creature of that type, I'm expecting to be pretty close to the kill. That won't always be the case. Some creatures may have rolled low on their health, so they'll die faster than other ones, or higher, so they take forever to kill compared to others of its type. Or they could just roll somewhere around average. So if you have the time and energy and ability to do so, it could be an interesting way to vary combat. Little DM tip for you there. So, next up. We are going to take our thing. We're going to get rid of everything. We're going to go into our skills. Ooh, actually, before I do that, I should change the title. Done. So, now we get into the kind of one of the juicier parts of making a monster. It's when we get into skills, resistances, immunities, senses, all of the like passive things that they have. Maz, I forgive you, because either way, both titles are true. Have I been abandoned? Yes. And are we making monsters? Yeah. We're designing some monsters out here tonight. It's all good. This is table scraps. It's not meant to be clean. Let's go into... We want it to have some skills. Oh, note to self. Make sure to actually be typing. The skills that monsters have are the same skills that players have, like athletics, intimidation, deception. Do a flip. That would be an acrobatics check if it wanted to do a flip. It probably won't because it's too busy. It might do a flip in your body if that's what you would do. The skills that I want it to have, I want it to be good at deception. Now let's see. Here we get into a little bit harder of a of a situation to judge. Now, it might be easier than I think that it is. Let me find the right book. So, since monsters follow the same general path as players, you would think that their proficiency bonus would go up the same amount as another player's does. You would be wrong. Horribly wrong. Monsters gain special privilege when it comes to proficiency bonus in that it's actually just worse. So, like, our creatures at level 9, normally at level 9, a player would have +4 proficiency bonus. Monsters don't. The Intellect Devour has a level of 6 with its 64 health. At level 6, it would have a +3 proficiency bonus. It doesn't. Yo, Tadpole, you should meet our other chatter frog. Or Toad, that's the one. You guys would get along great. Thank you for the pickup line. That's a real quality one. If you didn't know, we are designing monsters for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. If that's your thing, feel free to stick around and listen to me ramble about how it works. Or fight Toad in Mortal Kombat. This is also a thing I approve, whether it be in this life or in Mario. If you want to fight Toad to the death, I would not put it past you. So the question is, pistols at dawn? If you turn around first, I'll know. What's our proficiency bonus going to be for this guy? Intellect Devour has a +2. That's chill. I want it to be more than that. I don't think I want it to be too much more. So it's somewhere between 3 and 4. And that will affect multiple things as we go. Obviously, anything that it does will be affected by that proficiency bonus. I personally am thinking that +4 seems a little bit overkill for this thing. So we're going to go +3. Its deception is based off its charisma, which means that its deception will get a +6. I'm not sure what other skills I want this thing to have. Skills are not normally super vital for monsters. The most important ones are things like athletics or perception. Perception is a really common one. But normally skills are like a player thing. Like players and NPCs, that's what they do. Perception, maybe. But I think that a lot of the perception that it's going to have will be affected by... Ooh, stealth. Stealth is one that it will need. Stealth is a +4. So a lot of its perception is actually going to come from its senses. Once again, if we look at the Intellect Devour, their senses include blind sight, and they also include a passive perception. But blind sight basically means that everything is great. Hey, Grant. Number 7 with a large high C and a large fry. Thanks, Grant. Hey guys, we'll get a surprise visit from Grant today. Yes or no if you caught that, Grant. I can type it out too if you need. But I don't think it really needs a whole lot of skills. If we go to damage resistances, it does have those. Ooh, an M&M McFlurry, that's strong. Oh, yeah. Hey, Grant, if you could just pick up the whole chat, put in your orders now, because so that way he'll have them when he gets there, and we'll see what we can do. What if this just turned, instead of a monster designing stream, it just turned into a mukbang? Grant and I just ate food in front of the camera for like an hour and a half. I'm in, dog. I'm super down. Alright, damage distances. It will have Resistance from bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from yes, welcome to the Scarlet Tastes part of the stream. Now, I'm going to do something a little strange here when it comes to the damage resistances. Because once again, we want, or at least by we, I mean I'm using a royal we in this situation. I want to make it vulnerable to iron weapons. But all iron makes it pretty vague. Like, the reason that you have, like, werewolves are affected by silvered weapons is because silvering is an effect that you can make for a weapon. So, like, you can coat a weapon in silver for, I think it's like 10 gold a weapon or something like that. Or, like, 10 arrows for 10 gold. It's some random effect like that. So just having iron is kind of weak sauce in all honesty. Because, like, who knows, maybe your weapons are already iron. Like, what says that they aren't? You could go up to your DM and say, oh, I'm using an iron weapon. So what we're going to change it to is we're going to make a little thing called and sanctified iron. I forgot an N. Sanctified iron. What we're going to use as reference for this, because I'm going to write that down, but then I'm probably going to change it, because I bet you there's better wording. Gotcha. The actual wording for it is not made from sanctified iron. Sanctified iron, basically, the rules for it, I will include this in the Scarlet Wastes, is that you could have an iron weapon sanctified. Pure iron also is an effect. It just costs some amount of money to do so. Just like silver, just a different medium. Let's see, next up we have conditioned immunities. Immunities? Yes, it is. We want blinded to be a conditioned immunity because it doesn't have eyes. That's the entire reason why. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything else. Oh, it should also be immune to deafened, because it also doesn't have ears. A lot of making monsters is just logical reasoning. Can it do this thing? Yes or no? If it can, why? That's honestly a pretty good rule of thumb for almost anything that you make in Dungeons & Dragons or anything else, is just like, if it can do this thing, why can it do it? And there can always be a why. Like, you can just make up a why. But then, that way, in game, when your players ask the same question, they're like, hold on a second. This dragon doesn't have wings. How can it fly? You can just say, oh, well, actually, because of the internal magical force, it creates something similar to a magical turbine, so it flies actually faster than the rest of the dragons using magically realized turbine engines. More similar to a plane than to a creature with wings. And they go, oh, I didn't expect you to have that on hand. I thought you would just go, because it can. Exactly. When Drew goes, excuse me, GM, why can it do this thing? You can go, oh, well, it's because of this. So coming up with a why before your players can ask you a why, it makes you look really cool, if nothing else. Your players go, wow, this guy's awesome. Next up, what do we want here? Languages. Oop, nope, census first. Exactly. Source, I made it up, is the definition of Dungeons and Dragons. Why can it do this? Because I want it to, and here's the technical, magical explanation for it. And what are you gonna say? I wrote it. Punk. I dare ya. Fight me on this. Do it. Also, Grant, you need to show me how to do gosh dang music and stuff, because if this stream happens again in this way, that way there aren't just blank pauses of sound where it's just me going and then I don't feel like I have to constantly be speaking, which gives my voice a little bit of a rest, because man, right now I'm really trying to retain these lovely viewers. Thank you all for being here, by the way. I always get a little bit concerned whenever I'm abandoned by the rest of my friends, that people are going to be like, oh, it's Aaron there today? Not even Lydia? We don't have any of the cute ones? Wow. Let's see. Senses, blind sight. We want them to have blind sight of 60 feet. And we're not going to spell blind sight with an F. Now, the thing is, we also want more than that, because normally it would say blind beyond this radius. But because it can burrow, most likely, it also has another sense. We're going to give it tremor sense. We're not going to capitalize it. And because I want it to be kind of great, I'm also going to give it 120 feet of tremor sense. Why? Why not? Also, all creatures have a passive perception. So you'll see this when I DM. This is a thing that I do different from a lot of different DMs. I might have to leave at some point in time to unlock the door for Grant, just so you all know. When I make creatures make saves or checks, or players have to make saves or checks, I do it a little bit differently. I love using passive skills. So, like, there may be some checks that you don't need to make for certain players. Like, if the DC is a 20 and someone has a passive perception of 21, yeah, they'll hear it. The whole thing is, especially when using like passive perception or passive investigation, that's another one. Use your players' passives as your DC for your monsters. So, like, know your players' passive perceptions. Like, I know Renaya, one of the characters in our campaign, if you haven't watched us before, has a passive perception of 21. So when I'm rolling for monster stealth checks, like if I want to surprise the group, I'm going to make that my DC. Because it doesn't matter if not everyone sees it coming. What matters is if one of them can. So if I have one of the people roll a stealth check to hide themselves, and it's a 19, Renaya is going to hear that creature. Now, some DMs do it differently. A lot of them do, where, like, in order to contest every skill check that an enemy makes is almost contested by the players. Where, like, I'll roll a stealth check and then I'll say, hey, can you please roll a perception check? Now, the thing is, if they're on guard, like if they are scouring the lands, they will have to make that, because that's an active check. They're the ones that are trying to see something outside of the ordinary. So you should already have your creature's passive stealth in effect. Sometimes you can even use that as a DC. Like if they're prepared to hide, make the DC a little bit higher than their passive stealth. If they are unprepared, make it a little lower. And then have that be the DC that your players try to beat. Same thing vice versa. If your creatures are trying to hide and the players are not looking for them, have them roll a stealth check, and then have the player's passive be your DC to beat. It can be a little hard to maintain and keep track of. I recommend having a page that has the necessary passive stats all listed out. So that way you can kind of just use it as a quick reference sheet and be like, okay, the highest passive perception on the board here is a 19. That's my DC that I'm going to have to beat. Basically, whoever is making the action, who is the aggressor or initiator in an action, that's the one who should roll. Sometimes you will end up with contested checks where, like, someone is looking specifically for a stealth creature, and a stealth creature is specifically looking to avoid the person looking for them. Then have those contested rolls. But you can cut down on a lot of time and energy, and also add a little bit of mystery, because you don't have to ask them to, hey, could you roll a perception check? You can just roll a dice behind the screen and then say, Lydia, you hear some rustling in the bushes off to your back left, and when you glance over your shoulder briefly to look at it, you do see what appears to be an arrowhead peeking out from behind one of the trees. Done. Way faster, gets the point across, saves you a lot of time, and if they do roll higher, then you can just roll a dice and go, okay. So you guys are heading along this trail, and everyone's like, excuse me, why did you roll a dice there? You're like, none of your concern. That is what brings terror to people's lives. So yeah, keep that in mind. It isn't a thing you have to do, but it is certainly a thing that I would recommend checking out. Next up, languages. I kind of... any that its host knows. Probably change up that wording later, because that's real clunky, and we hate clunky. The last step is the challenge. What do you guys think this would be? I'm interested to know. Just looking off of these stats, we're not going to look at abilities or passive effects that it has. I'm interested to know, what challenge rating would you put this creature at? It has pretty above average stats. It only has one negative in the form of intelligence. 54 hit points and a 14 AC. If this was a player, getting to 54 hit points is probably somewhere around, could be around 6 or 7 depending on the creature, like on the player. So like Track had 54 hit points at like level 4. Interesting. You guys are seriously saying CR2. So once again, here's my perception of it. The Intellect Devour is a challenge rating 2. Intellect Devour has 2 less armor class. Let me tell you, Maz, this is nothing to be ashamed about. There is no way to calculate challenge rating. It makes no sense, and it is completely pointless. I advise never using it to create an encounter, because you will always be wrong. So things to keep in mind. It has 2 more armor class than the Intellect Devour. It has over twice as much health. It is also faster when it comes to burrowing. Well, it's the same speed while burrowing, but burrowing is a unique speed. It has overall more stats. It has the same skills, but its proficiency is a little higher. And the damage resistances at times will completely double its health, bring its health to a over 100 HP. It has really good senses. It has condition immunities. And we haven't even gotten to the actual like stuff. Now, in terms of actually fighting this creature, so the biggest thing is that damage resistance. If you put a group of level 3 characters up against this creature, they're probably gonna struggle a lot because none of them have magic items. Like level 3, you might have 1 or 2 magic items, but you're really not gonna be rolling in that magic. Where am I? The average time when pretty much most classes will have a... Oh, let me tell you, Maz. That will add to the challenge rating. I'm keeping that in mind. I'll get to this now. Level 4 to 5 is when creatures really start to get magic options for their attacks. At level 6, pretty much everyone should have something close to or similar to a magic attack. That's when monks gain, like, every attack that they have is considered magical damage, stuff like that. And then by the time you hit level 7 or 8, everyone should have some kind of magical attack. So it is logical to say that a group of... We're going to use an average of 3 players. That's my preferred challenge rating, so that's what I'm going to base my challenge ratings off of. Like, that's my preferred size of group. Just off of these stats, not including attacks or any other abilities, a group of 3 level 5 players could probably take on just this creature. Just off of stats. We're not going to take into question any of the attacks. The challenge rating will change depending on the attacks that it has. I'm going to write variable. And the reason for that is this is a skinwalker. Just like an intellect devour, it will have the ability to take over another creature's body. So, the challenge rating of this creature will vary. If it takes over the body of a dragon, which, mind you, the dragon has to really blow it on that one, suddenly you're fighting a dragon. Also, so here's the other thing. Pluck's bringing up a lot of things here. Most of the time, challenge rating does not even factor in multiple of the same creature. If you look at things like the Elder Brain, right? The Elder Brain is the Illithid god in some ways. It is the ruler of their group. The Illithid Brain challenge rating does not include the fact that they are connected to every Illithid under their control and have the ability to cause them to make other attacks. Like, they can mind control the other Illithids to, like, stab things or eat people's brains. That means that it is assuming that this big monster who controls other things is alone. That will almost never be the case in any Dungeons & Dragons game ever. That means that it isn't even factoring in 1 or 2 of its abilities. Challenge rating is incredibly difficult to cover. So we are going to leave challenge rating for now. I was just interested to see what people said. It really doesn't make a huge difference. We're going to copy this, bring it down. That's weird. Then we are going to go to... I think I kind of just want to give it the exact same ability as the Intellect Devourer. That's what our base is going to be. Detect Sentience. Excellent name for it. This will give the creature... That's frustrating. Let's see. The Skinwalker can sense the presence and location of any creature within 300 feet of it that... Now here's the thing. Pluck. The reason that I want the languages to be variable is in its base form. So this creature, I want it to be... We've talked a lot before about the alignment chart. Good, bad, not going to get into it now. But one of the big questions, especially in the campaign that we're in right now, is what does it mean to be good or evil? Is it a tangible choice? Is it a thing that creatures choose? I don't want this creature to consider any of that. I want it to do the things that it does for no reason. It just does things, and it causes chaos and kills and destroys. It doesn't need to eat. That's another thing that I should add into after detect sentience. It literally just exists for the sheer purpose of causing other people's suffering. So I don't even want to give it the humanizing trait of understanding language. I want it to be able to use the language of whatever host it inhabits. But specifically, detect sentience would be a variable trait. It would be like a passive ability that a character would have. So think divine sense. Except this will not require an action. Because it isn't a standard perception, it will go into a separate box. So like, I want this thing to be utterly alien and terrifying. So like, even though it understands the language, if you listen to it speak, like if you scry on a skinwalker, it may just be randomly babbling, like mixing words between any language that the creature knows, creating sentences that have no form or structure or purpose behind them, just so that way when an unassuming person is walking up to them, because they're like, oh, thank goodness, someone else in the desert, they are put at ease by the sound of talk between two people, if there are two of them, or like it may be singing or humming a song or something like that. And the entire purpose of it is just to have the person drop their guard until they get close enough to be killed. Exactly. Like they understand this is what language is, but they have no idea how it works. So they just are like, the banana cameras float skyward in form. Like just like random sentences, and they understand pitch and tonality and how to like manipulate people into dropping their guard. But they actually have no idea what they're saying, and they don't care, because their only purpose is to kill and then take over and do it again. So if they were a cow, like if they inhabit the body of a bovine, exact same thing. Flesh bagpipe is a good way to explain how the skinwalker views any other creature. But yeah. Now I do want to change this a little bit. Because the intellect devourer can detect any creature within 300 feet that has an intelligence of 3 or higher. But it doesn't care about... It is monster AI. It's a very good example, Lydia. It doesn't care about intelligence. So, like, cows it would still take over. It's just anything that is alive. I might give it the same kind of ability as the blood golem. If we save and close this. There's our skinwalker. We move up here to the blood golem. I believe. The blood golem just has a sense called blood sense. So similar. The reason that this is a separate ability is that there would be a way to protect yourself from it in the form of like the mind blank spell. If we're looking at the intellect devour. Oh, I'll be right there. Hey guys, thanks for being out here. I will be right back. Grant is here. I need to unlock the door. I will return briefly. Mute button. Now they can hear us.
Oh, hi everybody. It's Grant. You're so much taller than me.
Well, you're sitting in my chair, so.
This chair's so low. I got him some food. I got done with work. I have so much work to do today. Hi chat. Hi Maz. Hi Lydia. Shout out. Shout out to the Dobby emotes. Wait, what are those? David Boggle.
The Boggle. Why is this straw so small?
I need Plock says I need level 9 monk or druid ideas for an Alice in Wonderland one shot this weekend. I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, I'm on it.
I have family in did I already say that? I have family in town and I have a lot of work to do, so I can't stick around, but I'm just saying hi. I had a long day at work. So have fun watching Aaron mukbang. You're killing it, by the way. Like in a good way. Like you're doing really good.
We need to get the music figured out.
I know, I'd love to do that.
It would be so much better if there's music in the background.
Yeah, I'll queue up some music for you. I'll get it in Roll20. We can make it our own little thing. And that way you can just click, then I'll play music. Okay, chat. Lydia's still hashtagging GetWrecked2022. I feel like that's gonna resonate for years. Well, guys, it was fun. That's pretty much all I got. I'm gonna go run and do some other things that I must do. I'm also... reveal, I'm losing my tattoo virginity today.
What?
Yeah, that's some of the work I'm doing today. I have family in town, so I'm a busy boy. Yeah, I'm getting a tattoo.
And where are you getting it? Tell me
so,
it's a tramp stamp.
No, it's not. It's my siblings want to do a thing since my siblings are in town. I know. But they want, my mom used to do this I love you sign all the time. So they decided to do this thing. And so I have to find the tattoo that I want. It's like gonna be line work of this thing, basically. I can't do it very well. And it's gonna go right here on my, yeah, that, basically, yeah. It's gonna go on my shoulder right here, on my back. It'll just be a little, okay. Okay, guys, have fun. Talking about D&D. And the, what is it called, Skinwalker?
Yeah.
Okay. Enjoy your hamburger, or your cheeseburger.
Yeah, my 2 cheeseburgers. Yeah. Thanks, Rant.
Yeah, see ya.
You're a lifesaver. I haven't eaten yet today.
Oh, good.
Man, that guy sucks. Anyway, That was our lovely Grant. Oh man, could you imagine if we set a sub goal of like 100 people? It was like, if we achieve this sub by like the certain time, Grant gets a tattoo that just says "Get Wrecked, Grant." Oh man. I'm so sorry. Yes, Grant. I have this one is set up to have the media source play in the background, but I don't want to do that for 2 hours straight. So because I'm dying. Oh, my heart and soul. You've poisoned me with your fries. But yeah, I have it set up to play, but having just the would get really monotonous after like 2 hours. So first off, I'm going to answer the question. Plock, you have requested level 9 monk or druid ideas for an Alice in Wonderland one shot this weekend. You've got a lot of options. Are you looking for... Oh, is the stream lagging? Am I dropping frames? It's too much going on. Yo, Ryan's here. I'm gonna switch over. Maybe this will help. Is this any better? Oh boy. It may be lagging a bit. Having some technical difficulties. I'm doing my best. That's not too bad. Oh, that is some lag. Is it getting any better? I can't tell. I don't think it's an internet thing. It might be a Streamlabs thing. Ooh. You know, I'm just getting the lag now on my end. Yes, I would love Grant to get a tattoo like every 100 subs that just insults himself. Man, this lag is bad. Sorry guys, if this is absolute silence. I'm trying to fix the lag on my end. How are we? Are we back? Are we back to good? Oh man, the delay on this is horrible. I may have to drop pretty quick. Okay, because I know that I'm lagging on my end, like when I check the stream. If it isn't laggy, that's good. Okay. I think that it was just that there was too much stuff going on at once. Keep me updated, because it's really, like, for me, it looks like I'm doing fine, but I am also not good at the whole tech thing, so it's hard for me to tell if I'm dropping frames or doing anything else. First off, My gut says that Druid is probably going to be the right choice for you, Plock. Monk is harder to do whimsical, like nonsensical stuff with. Certainly possible. Druid is probably just the easier route. And I would just look through the like Alice in Wonderland stories to find cool things to do that you could easily change in the Dungeons and Dragons effects. So like the thing that the cake and drink that she does to like make her grow and shrink to get through the like doors and stuff. Enlarge. This enlarge spell is a really good one for that. Since you're a druid, you can also turn into like a giant caterpillar. Cause she meets a caterpillar. So I'm so sorry about the man, I am probably going to have to get off if it's because right now I think it's like 5 minutes behind me in terms of lag, which sucks. But I will save this for later. I might stream sometime else. Like I've mentioned it before, and I've just never had the time because of school stuff, and that's still probably going to be the case. But like once we hit past May 6th, because I'm pretty sure that's around the time that school starts to get out for me, I'll probably do a lot more impromptu streams throughout the day, where I'll do more stuff like this, like making a monster and making art for them and doing stuff like that. This is hilarious because I know the part of the video that you guys are watching, and I am communicating with you during that time, like typing, but that happened like 5 minutes ago. So this is really funny to me. Yeah, so I'll try to do more solo stuff as we go on. I'm really sorry that we didn't finish this, but we got through the main bit of it. The rest is just the abilities. I don't think that there will be a whole lot. There will probably be one standard attack, a something akin to Devour Intellect, which reduces an ability score, allows them to inhabit a body, and then the actual like body kidnapping thing that they'll do with the actual Skinwalker. All right, I'm going to test this. I want to test how long this takes. When you hear this, anyone in the chat can do it. I want you to type the number 1. Just to see how much lag I've got. Oh. Ooh, that's some lag, buddy. Oh man, the delay is so bad. I really hope that we can fix this in the future. This would be why when I ask for people to like give me their idea behind what I should do, it takes so long. Okay, so we are officially 2 minutes time delayed. Almost 3 minutes of time delay on my end, which makes a lot of sense. Okay. Thank you, everyone. But yeah, so I would recommend, now that we've got that all figured out, I know how far behind I am, or ahead, I guess. Plock, I would recommend looking into Druid. Um, um, some cool options would be, let me remember. Spore Druid would be a kind of interesting um, option for you to look into, especially because like mushrooms hold a pretty big part to that story. I'm sorry, there are delay settings? What? Just so you guys know. Mickey Joe CJR, he is a close friend, has been for a very long time. It is true. This is Grant's fault. I will say that. But Mickey Joe CJR is a very close friend. He also streams on Twitch. You guys, if you haven't, throw him a follow. He's good at his job. He's incredibly good at video games, and you should absolutely check him out. I know that he's recently been playing Elden Ring, like so many people have. He's played a lot of like indie games and things close to the Mother series and stuff like that. Really awesome guy, really good streamer. Check him out. Really good at video games. So if you want to see people who are really good but also still mess up sometimes, that's Ryan. Check him out. It would be a huge help. I would appreciate it if you did, and I'm sure that he would too. I am down if you want to join a call, Lydia. I am okay with this. Also, Plock, a good opportunity to ask more people than just me about this. If you send it in our Discord, you will get more gushing people to tell you what to do. Oh my god. I am learning so much stuff. I'll have to investigate these things about the latency and stuff like that. I didn't know that I had a shout out command either. I will be right back. I'm gonna stay on like mic, so that way you guys can hear me. I'm gonna switch over to the be right back screen, so I can start a call up with Lydia. Because you best believe that I'm... Oh no. My Zoom seems to be failing me. I'm not sure why. Let's see. Sorry about the crunch on that mic there. Sorry, Lydia. Can you hear me? I don't know why Zoom is not recognizing my my camera right now. Nope. Not anymore. Yeah, so remember, I'm 2 to 3 minutes behind in front of you guys. So I've already switched over to the be right back screen. And so my camera is not current. It isn't even registering it that it's plugged in. So, which is, gotta love how much technology loves me. Oh man, it is just having a time. And I don't know why, because it was working for Streamlabs. I'm gonna switch over so they can see your face. Let's see, 2-player, 2 peeps. Sup, everybody? We're back. Lydia's here.
Hi.
I
We
have no
gained
idea.
a Lydia. We lost an
Yeah,
Aaron.
my camera has decided. You know what? No, I don't think that I will participate. I have been working really hard for you.
You
And I
have
haven't
been
had
working really
any-
hard.
Let's try a different port. I hate USBs. There you go. Nope, nothing.
You got it.
Getting
Your
nothing.
mic keeps jumping on my end. I don't know if it's on
That's-
Streamlabs too. Anyway, they can hear me, right? We're on me now,
Yeah, it should be.
technically. Hi.
Let's switch to
I'm
this. Is this
here.
better? Is that better for you?
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you much better now.
I had to switch up some stuff because I had to do a presentation. Yo, Quincy's Tavern. Hi.
Hi, Quincy's Tavern.
Thank you for the raid, by the way.
Yes,
that
thank you
was,
very
like,
much.
wild.
That was wild.
That
That
was,
was an
like, absolutely crazy.
experience. That gave us the best stream we've ever had. Hi, Grant.
Why does
Thanks.
technology hate me? It's not even recognizing that it's plugged in. Lydia,
Really?
command the
It
stream.
might. Okay. What do I do here? All right.
I don't know, Lydia, do your
duh.
job.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lydia. I play Edward on the Paper Dungeon.
So do we all. Give them something interesting to watch.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't here because I was working on Camp Cryptid.
Cool thing that she's
Because
doing.
we're doing some recording for that this weekend, and I was really underprepared. I'm still really underprepared, but it's okay. I'll figure it out as we go. I don't know what else to talk about. That's pretty much all I've been doing today. I really enjoyed having you play in the background though, Aaron. That was nice. I like listening
thank
to
you.
it. I disappeared momentarily, but then I came back. Yeah, I'm so sad though. I was the one vote for talking about the episode. I was the only vote for that. How excited am I for Camp Cryptids? I'm super, super, super excited. We've got the shirts, we've got the art. There's some other things that I'm debating doing that'll be like cool little like stream elements that'll get to play with it. I wanted to do some cool like voice effect stuff, but I don't think I can figure it out in time. Is the lag gone? That makes me happy. I don't know if that means like true though, especially now after some time has passed. But Aaron has done really well on Tamoscope Day. He has! He's done a really good job. I actually, like, that's the stuff that stresses me out is the stuff, like, right now, where I have to just talk by myself. So I was impressed with Aaron doing it. Like, I knew he could.
Why is it
He's a very
registering my
capable-
webcam as a microphone?
Sorry,
What?
I shouldn't be laughing at that.
It's like, would you like to register this audio device? I'm like, audio device? What could you possibly mean by an audio device?
What do you mean, audio device? Okay, cool. It looks like the lag's pretty much evened itself out.
Well, maybe
So
that's
that's
because
nice.
man. Hold on.
Okay, holding. Okay, my job that I don't know how to do. But Camp Cryptids is going to be really, really, really fun. I'm super, super excited. I've got pretty much the first episode like set and ready. Everything else I need to get set and ready. I have the general idea for the other episodes, but I don't have them like actually fully like fleshed out yet, which is kind of bad. But oh, thanks, Maz. I hope you had a lovely day too. Oh, it looks like so it looks like Grant joins and he breaks it. I join and they fix it. Grant breaks, Lydia fix. That sounds accurate.
Okay, so
I don't know if Grant's still here.
all right, so I just want everyone to experience the pain that I feel on a daily basis. So I've been using this webcam the whole day. I've used it every Monday.
Do
all
you
the time.
still have on Streamlabs? There's kind of like your sources. Do you still have that your original webcam source set on Streamlabs?
No.
Is it still like an icon you can click on?
Nope.
Because if it was, you want to delete it.
Oh, trust me, I even went to the different one. So originally I go on base screen capture, right? And on base screen capture, I use video capture device as like a thing that I can use. Currently, so this is the full HD webcam. Nothing. So if I select full HD webcam, it's the one that I use. HD webcam is my computer's webcam, which also has never functioned before in my life. So I switched over to, well, actually, no, it worked, and then suddenly it stopped working. So if I go to full HD webcam, my webcam turns on. Great. Love that. Let's switch off of that to HD webcam. My webcam turns off. Also, on my computer system, it doesn't even recognize that I have a webcam plugged in. Like if I go...
that's just wrong.
Yeah, if I go to settings, I have no... My full HD webcam is registered under an audio device. I don't even know how that's possible. How does that work?
I don't know.
Like, am I doing something wrong? Clearly. But I've got nothing. I've got
I don't think it's you, Aaron.
Why does God hate me?
It's a fair question,
so
though.
Confused. Storage, battery. God, I got nothing. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
Okay, so I understand that has a built-in microphone, right? But why would just the microphone show up? Why would it not? Okay, so here's the thing, though, right? Even if I use my computer's webcam, Zoom doesn't recognize my computer's webcam as a viable input source for some reason. That's not what I want. Bring that back.
Here's what we'll do. I'm gonna draw an Aaron to sit with me here. So let me see. Do I have? I'm gonna draw you here in my book, and then I'm gonna set it up so that they can see.
If I
you
go to
next
base
to me.
screen capture, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm blocking Lydia's face with my tech problems.
You usually wear your hat
capture.
backwards.
What if I just delete it?
You
What if
got
I
your
just get rid of it?
glasses.
Yeah,
You
I'm just
got
gonna select.
ears.
I do want to
I'll
remove
show as
video
I
capture
draw.
device.
Your hat's usually the black TPD hat. So we'll color it
One of the
in.
two hats that I own.
And then you got your face, but you don't smile, so it's like And then you get your beard.
Why?
And then you got your hair.
Why?
And then you got your eyes. And
Okay,
your
cheer me
frowny
up.
face. And it's an Aaron. And then
We're about to
we'll
get pretty
label it so
scuffy
people
on this, everybody. I apologize.
Aaron. There we go. Now you're on stream. You have anytime you talk, I'll like move it up and down like you're talking.
Hold on. I'm fixing stuff. Give me just a second. Seems as though Zoom has completely ended its existence on my computer. Let me reopen Zoom. Switch over to here.
Hello?
Move that there. Bam. Okay, we're back. It's working now. Why is it working? I don't know. I switched off of my Zoom online and then switched back to it. Like I switched from my phone to my computer and now it's working.
The accuracy.
What do you want me to read about chat?
Catch up on chat. Read the chat. What?
Holy moly, Aaron officially has a PNG tuber. What a masterpiece. Just imagine you delete the webcam and it just gets Thanos snapped out of existence. Let me tell you, I'm right there. Challenge rating for my computer's webcam, 20. Kickstarter shout out maybe? Ooh, Kickstarter shout out.
I'm sorry.
That's a thing. Lydia, we have
I don't have the command up yet.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
I forgive you.
Hang out with us Monday and you'll see what we're talking about.
We are currently sponsored by some cool people.
Hold on, I'm not gonna be able to hear you for a sec. I gotta put Aaron in the background.
It's fine. I've been alone this whole time. Sorry, I had to message the people because they were like, "Hey, want to play volleyball?" And I was like, "Yes, I would like to play volleyball." I would. Okay, just saying. You have no idea how much I would love to be a VTuber. Grant's like, Aaron started a VTubing channel already. Dog, I'm in. If I get the equipment for that, all the time, bro, I'm never showing up on stream in person again. It's just gonna be, it's just gonna be like an anime PFP of me, way more attractive, less hairy, or if it is still hairy, it's just gonna be like actually organized hair. It's gonna be awesome. I will finally evolve into my final form. Now that Lydia's here, we can actually do a normal stream. Lydia.
Hi.
I have questions.
Okay.
We fought in a war last episode. If you guys don't know, we actually played Dungeons & Dragons.
Yeah.
Fought in a war last episode.
We did.
Thoughts?
Oh, I gotta remember.
Well,
how
we
it all played
technically
out.
started off the episode with like talking to people and stuff like that in some way.
Because we had just finished our first battle, so this was going into. So we finished our first battle in the war, and we won that battle.
Mm-hmm.
And then this was getting ready and deciding what to do. If we should rest up or if we should continue to go after them.
Yes.
And we decided to go after them.
War.
Right? Am I remembering this
Yes.
correctly?
Okay. So it started off, we talked to each other. I think Track and Renaya talked briefly. And I was like, hey, thanks you for still being here. You like don't need to do this. That's very kind of you. And then they were like, all right, do we attack or do we go after them? I was like, well, let's scout it out. So Track and Renaya go and scout it out. Cause a little bit of chaos in the horde. And then,
As we do.
you know, the chaos crew out here tonight. And then we're like, we need to cut them off before they get to a defensible position. Let's go. And so the boat shows up, starts wreaking havoc while we wait for the cavalry to appear. Team synergies happen, and we have a combat for like 3 hours. And then, towards like halfway through, we got raided by Quincy's Tavern with like 147 people, I think. Which
I think it was even more than that.
it might. I don't know if we broke.
I feel like it was like. I thought it was like 158 people.
I mean, it might have been. It was somewhere between 140 and 160. It was somewhere in that range. I know that much.
Oh, it was crazy.
And so that means a lot to us. Thank you, Quincy, again for doing that. We would love to do more stuff with you in the future.
Yeah.
Just saying. So.
Yeah. It was really awesome. We're huge fans.
That was super cool.
We loved it. And it was really awesome that you stayed in chat with us.
Yeah.
Like, we loved seeing you in chat, too. That was really nice.
That was so fun. That made us feel like we were actually entertaining. But yeah, it was so funny. We like went on. We were like on break or something, weren't we? When
Yeah,
they
we
showed
had
up?
just gone on break.
Drew's like hyperventilating in the corner. He's like, "Oh my gosh."
Well, because I had mentioned that Quincy's Tavern had followed us on, back on TikTok,
And
and
he was like, "What?"
So,
Who's this? Yeah, and we were like, Drew, you gotta breathe. Air needs to enter. Drew, do you need a paper bag? We gotta get some help, buddy.
no, it was really sweet. We were all super excited. It did a huge breakthrough. That was like a huge milestone for
Oh, yeah.
like us
Huge.
streaming and
If you
as
notice
far as viewer count
our
and
sub goal,
followers.
If anyone wants to sub, just to check up on the sub goal. We're currently at like, I think our newest sub goal is 35 or something like that. Where our sub goal at the start of last night was 20. And our sub goal is now 40. So we busted through several sub goals. We had beaten 20. We had gotten to 20 subs at the end of the last table scraps.
We reached 3 sub goals in a week.
Yeah, in like 2 hours. And so that was,
and like 2 of the sub goals was from that last episode. Yeah.
It was super awesome.
Oh my gosh, Maz, that. Okay,
yeah.
I need emote ideas.
We got emote slots? Yo, we got emote slots.
Hold on. I need my paper. I need to write down stuff.
In the meantime.
Oh, it's back there. Dang it.
While you're looking for paper stuff, I'll distract them.
Okay.
I'll talk more about the actual campaign.
Okay.
So, after we talk and Quincy's Tavern shows up at break, we are actually already fighting at that point in time. It was a really good combat, in my opinion. Which was crazy, because it was like 3 hours long.
I got it.
You got the paper. Ripping paper out of there. But it was like a 3 hour long combat, and I thought it was a really good one, too. I thought like, everyone did very well. I thought it was actually entertaining. Which is hard to do with combat. But I think we did very well. Everyone got to have cool moments, like Renaya just lawnmowering through groups of people.
When we were a literal lawnmower, it was great.
I think that Edward had the first... I think that was the first time in the entire campaign that Edward's actually been cool. I'm not gonna lie. I think that was the first, like...
When he came in on the eagle?
100%. He's like... Fly with me. Now that was stupid.
Fly with me.
But like
the
actual, like, if you think of it in like a story element form, really awesome. Like he like snaps his fingers and this like cube of light and color and sound appears, completely like knocks out a whole bunch of ogres, and you're like lying on the ground after getting kicked and beaten with sticks. And Edward flies over on a giant eagle and is like, "Leave with me, Renaya. It's okay now." And you're like, what?
And then Cather takes my spot and I get grabbed in talons and I'm like, what the heck?
And
Put
you're
me
like,
down.
well, fine. I guess I didn't want to ride. So like Edward got to be cool. Cather did some cool like, "No, your time is now," and jumped off an eagle. Tarak rode
No, he
the
did
lightning.
that. He did the like split the person in half,
Yep.
and then all the people ran.
And was like, "You shall fear the power of fate." Like, that was awesome. Tarak got struck by lightning and tanked it like a champion. Just like, "Fight me!" That was super
I shot
cool.
an Eldritch Blast into a crowd and then pretended like it wasn't me.
Exactly. People got to witness how much of a bad person I am for like the last hour of the combat.
And the thing was it was like, you weren't like ultimately we all agreed with you. Like that was your best choice, but the way you were just wording it was making it so we like didn't want to agree with you.
So here's the thing, right? Everyone knew that Tarak made the correct decision, but the way that I speak, it's the thing that makes it the wrong decision is that Tarak isn't sad that it's the right one. Tarak's like, "Yeah, what are you gonna do? This is the right choice." And everyone's like, "You should at least be upset." And Tarak's like, "I don't know what you mean." And by Tarak, I mean me. I'm like, "I'm not upset. Dave can die. People die, it happens." And I honestly think that that's a conversation that might occur in the next episode as well. Can you imagine? Like, Renae's like, Track, how could you let those people die? And Track's like, this is war! He just like picks up and shakes her. People die!
I don't think you're gonna have to worry about that with Rhode Island.
Okay, it's Cather, so it's the angle's a little higher up, and he's like, this is war! Oh wait, no, it's Edward. Cather's been in war before. This is war! Just shakes him.
Yeah, so that was
man.
that.
But yeah, I love being the villain of the Paper Dungeon.
I've got competition.
Look, no, you're the villain. You're the BBEG.
Okay, that's fair.
You're the
I'm the
BBEG.
BBEG. You're
I'm
the
the villain.
Okay, I can settle with that.
The difference is, right, the BBEG, you can't fight against it. It's just a fact. It's there. It's present. People can hate the villain because the villain does the things that they do out of choice. The BBEG just is that way. You're like, this is a force of nature. The villain makes a conscious choice to be the villain. And I love it. Hate me. Send me your anger. The track turned full Palpatine for like the last hour. Do it, DJ. Strike me down and you shall grow strong.
Much. It was a lot.
I'm like 600 feet in the air on a bat. And I'm like, do it. Knock me out of the sky.
You really did adopt that form.
Oh, man. I would love it. I'm so excited. I hope to be hated on Grant Stream, too. Like, I'm going to have my own people who show up to Grant Stream just to watch me be a bad person. That's the goal.
The dream.
And then I just started making other things that could sound like do it.
You did.
Oh, man.
It was bad.
Screw it. Screw it.
I don't want to do it again.
I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun on that one.
It was very funny. I'm trying to remember because I clipped a bunch of stuff from it to edit for TikTok.
Oh man. Yeah. So my question now for the chat, because we've covered the stream. All right, that's all that happened. We fought people. Some people got kidnapped by an angel. Track tried to get him back, and the DJ went, I don't want to do that. I don't want to. Oh, now I can move at 180 feet around. And I was like, I will full ride or die. It'll happen. And then we won the battle handily. Handily won that battle. That's called tactical dominance. And that's it. That's the one.
That was pretty much it. What happened in that episode?
We're gonna fight in another battle next episode, probably.
Probably, yeah.
And that's gonna be what happens. In all honesty.
Yeah.
But we can talk about emote ideas.
Yeah, I've already gotten a few.
I want to know.
Okay, so I gotta kind of figure out how I want to do it, but I want to do a knee J emote.
Oh man, it should just be 2 legs that make a heart. Just 2 knees.
Ew, I don't like that.
How he sits, you know how he sits on the chair?
No, I am not creating that cursed image. No.
He does like this thing?
Yeah.
I can't
Well, that's what I want to draw. It's just a little him like that. Oh,
I'm too thick to sit like that.
Then I might want to make Mike the Myconid.
Oh, Mike the Myconid would be a good one.
I could do that one.
Oh, a help me emote would be great. That's very usable. Just
which one?
Just a paper that says help me.
Me with, yeah.
Because you can use it.
Help. You mean this sign right here?
Yeah. So this is the thing. I love
Ooh, chin finger's a good one too.
The best emotes for me are the ones that you can use in any stream. Because like you go to a different stream and you come up with this emote that just says help me. And like that you can use that anywhere and then people go, "Oh my god, where did you get that emote?" Finally we're in a situation. And then they could be, "Oh yeah, I got this sick emote by subscribing to the Playboy Dungeon. They play Dungeon the Dragon 5th edition, and sometimes Aaron creates monsters when he's left alone by all the people that he likes." Then he eats fries on stream.
Okay, so then Mike the Mike, and then my other idea was just like a teacup, his tea.
A tea
I'd
emote
want to
would be
make
good.
I'd want to make it like paper dungeon tea. I'd have to figure out how to do that, but tea.
Just have the little tea bag hanging out the side, have our logo on it.
We could do face cutouts of the cast. Yeah.
Could you imagine a TBD pog?
I don't know what to, I don't think I could do a cool one for book time. I think Nijay is the DJ emote we should go with. Pockets pog. Pockets.
Oh crap, that's good.
No. What about Poggle?
No.
Well, yeah, but you always say that.
Burn it. Strike me down.
And we already got, like, we do already have a Pockets.
Mm-hmm. That hurts. Kill it with fire. TPD is also a good name for an emote.
TPD. That's amazing. Writing it down. That's beautiful. I love that. Let's see. What else can
Look, we
what
just
are
need,
other icons?
We need to have some emote that people can spam when we raid someone that isn't Boggle. That's all I ask for.
That is fair. Boggle is a little disturbing for somebody's first impression of us.
Right? Like, okay. Like, is that what we want to be known for?
Oh,
Is like,
no.
could you imagine if we become like medium well known, and we start like raiding people regularly, and people are like, oh my god, TPD raids people, but we're known as the people that show up with the naked Dobby.
Yeah.
That's not. I don't think that's the image that we want. I think that when people get inducted into the cult,
I think okay. So here's the deal.
Okay.
So I think Boggle is our special table scraps emote.
exactly.
So
As
then we
much
need
as
to
I hate
what do we want for our special raid emote?
Shoot. I don't know.
We got good
Hey,
options,
chat,
but
figure it out.
lead by fear. Fear of Boggle.
Every day I fear him.
Huh. Honestly, just like our little character emotes, I think are really good for raids. Like people just pick the character they want. Deal.
It's true, we don't have any emotes that say paper, but like, that's tough.
Just a like white square. It's paper.
Oh man, it could also like we could also just be like we could turn the word raid into a literal thing and just have like a flag so that like just with our logo on it that's just like TPD raid or something like that. So when they show up, it's like a whole army has arrived.
That's fair, but it's hard because it's such a small thing.
It is. That is difficult. It wants to be visible.
Because like even just Smite Knight is horrible
That's
to
hard
read.
to
I have
read,
to
yeah.
I have to redo Smite Knight again. This will be round 3 of Smite Knight.
Yeah, I would love something that emulates like an actual army showing up. I think that would be so cool. A Destiny's Gamble emote would be neat. I don't know how to do that.
We don't need a Destiny's Gamble emote, Maz. You're gonna get it in your calendar.
Ooh, spoilers on the calendar. By the way, hey, Lydia's making a calendar for the Paper Dungeon.
I am.
And so
I'm
if
gonna
you
make a
guys,
calendar for
if you
Paper
guys
Dungeon.
want to see what's all going on with that, check out our Discord.
Ooh, a bingo emote is genius, Grant. Thank you.
Buh.
That's a really good idea. I have no idea what it would look like.
I'm just gonna eat my fries.
Proud of you. Yeah, that's all I got. That's a lot. I don't know how many more slots we get opened up. Maz, yes, that's right. We need to work on more bingo cards. I need like, I don't remember the number I need, but I found the number of things I need. I need help coming up with it. I'll message you, Maz. And we'll work on the bingo cards more. Honestly, a tombstone emote is kind of accurate for us. I'll write that down too.
I'm way more okay with the threatening existence of us spamming a tombstone emote than Boggle.
I agree.
Like, if we raid and it's like, TPD death raid, and it's just like a bunch of tombstones, I'm super in.
It's like a little tombstone with the logo engraved in it.
Do you know if we get any more animatable ones?
I don't know. I don't know what ones we get available. Honestly, let me look. Let's see here. Twitch. And then if I hop over... stuff's playing. Ooh, I want to be careful because I don't want to accidentally end our stream. That would be awkward.
You can do that?
I'm logged into the paper dungeon on my computer.
You've taken over my role. Hello, Pool Paris, which is also a fantastic name.
Oh, I love that.
Right now, so this is a talk show where we talk about our Dungeons & Dragons game on Monday nights, or I create D&D monsters and other things like that. Right now, so in our last episode, we got raided and we broke a whole bunch of sub-goals. And so now we're talking about cool emote ideas. Because Lydia here is an artist and has done all of our, like, she's done the overlay, she's done our character art. Pretty much anything art-wise that is on the paper dungeon right now is Lydia's job. Also, she has a store, and she does commissions. So you can do that, and it's awesome. Hello, Gnome, or Anne, whatever you prefer. So if you want cool art done by Lydia, check out her store and buy her stuff. We also have a store where you can get stuff with our logo on it. I know that I'm plugging. You guys just showed up.
Oh, so we can also do bit emotes.
Ooh. Well, color me intrigued.
We can do that.
Money, money.
Then we get...
Oh no, the next tier for emotes is 50.
We have a tier 2 emotes and a tier 3 emote.
Ooh. We will figure some stuff out.
Interesting.
What do you mean by bit emotes?
So like people can use their bits, like their channel, like
Channel points or just
you're like customize your rewards for your biggest cheerers, upload unique emotes starting at, so if they spend a certain amount of bits, they'll unlock emotes. So instead of just giving us bits, they'll get emotes in return for those
actual
bits.
rewards. That's sick. Yeah, we should get on
We'll
that.
definitely do that.
To
Absolutely.
get that ka-ching, ka-ching. Because I'm all about the money. That's me, Aaron Clipperad, the villain. I'm all about the money.
Sorry, reading. Cool.
Elements that are unlocked when you give them many bits, and they get more unlocked as people give you. Oh,
But yeah, so once we get 50 subscriber points, then we can.
Then we get some
so
new stuff.
We need 12 more, and then we'll
Yeah.
get more emotes.
That could be you. Could be you, right there. You know who you are. You're listening. You're there. Got 15 people in the chat. I am here to sell, Brian. I'm here to sell out. That's what I'm here for. And look, everyone else can keep their morals. All right. I will sacrifice everything. All the moral strength that I have.
Wait. So it's
this.
Maz. Maz, are you still here?
Of course he is. It's Maz.
Maz is always here.
Maz never leaves.
Maz. Oh, this is a lot of options. Hold on.
Right? In this economy?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna write out the options for you, Maz, in chat, and then will you run a poll for what we want to do for the bit emotes?
Yeah, Grant, you also need to tell me how to run polls. And
Actually,
Lydia.
hold on. Let's
I don't know how it works.
let's do it this way. How many is there? There's 3, 6, 7,
Could
8.
you invite
Okay.
me briefly? Ooh, Grant's joining us. That's crazy.
Because we got 3-bit emote options. I'm wondering what the best way to do this is. And if Grant's joining, then he can help navigate the poll thing.
Grant, you just tell me when you are ready. I'll be prepared.
Okay, you can only do 5 options. That's okay. We could do like 2 separate ones. Because my thing is we've got 3 things. We could do like 3 polls, 1 for each bit tier thing. Because there's like 3. The first one, I can't remember. I closed the tab, but it's like. You just do /poll with no space.
What?
Whoa! Hold on, I'm gonna try. No, it didn't work for me. Rip. That might be because I'm not on my computer right now.
Oh. I don't know if this works.
Because I'm in the app. I just did that through the app, so it might not work through the app for me.
Oh.
Did you do it?
Oh, yeah, it works for me.
Grant's ready to be invited.
Oh, God, give me just... Hey, guys.
Okay. I'm going to put the options in the chat. So we've got Nijay. We've got Mike. We've got TPD. We've got...
So you said J?
I'm typing it in chat so then you can see it better.
I can't see chat while I have the poll thing up.
Oh, never mind.
So what were the first 5?
Okay, we'll do 4. We'll separate them in 4. So there's Nijay, Mike, TPD, and then Shipfinger. /poll. See, it works.
Oh, poll is already active. I hate you.
Don't vote. Please don't vote. Please, guys.
What is happening here? What's going on? What are you kids doing without my permission?
Maz did a poll to say it works. And then it was like, please don't vote. Please don't do it. And then somebody voted.
On a primal level, I'm upset.
It's okay. We got to figure out a better way to do it. Okay, so. Because these ones have to be like the really like top tier emotes, like not just like for specific thing, like the highest of the high quality, you know, the real fancy ones. Because these are the ones that people are going to be essentially paying for. So we gotta pick the top 3. Hi, Grant.
Hi, guys.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Welcome to Squidward. Welcome to Squidward. Welcome to Squidward. Can they hear us?
Oh yeah, they can hear you.
Oh, cool.
I came here because we were talking about stream stuff. I wanted to mention an idea I had for table talks.
Go ahead.
So, I don't know how much news happens in the like TTRPG sphere, but if we wanted to, and by we I mean I'd be fine with doing it. You know, this is just spitballing. I think it could be maybe fun to, you know, take a little bit of time at one day in the week, preferably closer to Tuesday, and have a like master document. You know how we've joked about having a master document of like topics? Well, it might be interesting to cover like little bits of TTRPG news that you can just kind of slip in like an article or something in the doc with a little short description. It might be a terrible idea, but I think it could be a fun little like, oh, we ran out of stuff to talk about. You know, what's going on in the TTRPG community? You know, and then...
Did you just try to turn table scraps into like high school announcements?
a drama alert? No, I just think it would be interesting. Plus, I don't know how, you know, much that's done in this space. I don't know if there's anybody that really does that. You know, I
think it could be cool.
Yeah, I mean, I never know
did they
what's
actually
happening
release
in the
the
TTRPG
full announcements
community.
that Spelljammer and Dragonlance is actually like releasing? I thought that those were just like rumors. Because I knew that
I saw a thing about Spelljammer. I didn't.
Dog, that's sick.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
Wait, hold on.
Be
hold
on the front
Rudolph,
end of this thing.
When is it releasing?
Maz, you know what's funny is I was one of the people on school announcements in high school.
Yo, it released in August? God dang, that's hot. I mean,
we
that's the perfect
we
time.
would know this. We would know
Okay,
this
okay. I need help with the emotes.
Okay. Yeah. You need
What
help.
did
Enter
we
to
gotta
the
we gotta
creative
figure out we gotta
These fries
figure
are
out
great.
the three ones that people can get with bits.
Free ones? Oh, wait. Free ones with bits? Is that bits emotes?
The three
Oh,
that
the
will come
three.
with bits.
I was like, wait, brain didn't match. I was like, free with, so bits emotes. I mean,
So
I feel like these should be ones that are, you feel exclusive. Like, so, like, maybe an inside joke of sorts, or something kind of
I can't believe that went in the
epic.
trash can.
Aaron's in his own world.
Yeah.
I've been talking for 3 hours. You guys can do your job.
That's that's a good point. What are the ideas we have now? What
Okay,
do you
Those are
have
good.
next up?
So Gnome has posted some examples of ones that they use the most often. Actually, that's a good idea.
Can you
Could you guys
animate
post
those emotes?
The emotes that you guys use the most, like your top 5 or 6?
I actually have stats. I have stats here.
Yeah, but I
stats
want everyone's, like, even from outside of the stream things.
Oh, fair.
Like those are
I see
Gnome's
what you
most
mean.
popular emotes. So that we
Across
have
Oh,
all
that's
the
cute,
references.
Maz.
Across all channels.
I like that one of pockets.
The pockets
can't
one
tell.
is actually pretty solid. So I as a person, outside of a person on the Paper Dungeon, my most used emotes that aren't from this stream, which is rough because I'm only subscribed to like one other stream.
Hype emote. That's a great idea.
These are my personal favorites. I'm disconnected from chat on my phone, so maybe I won't be able to send them.
Okay.
Everything hates me.
I think Nijay should be a bit one.
Absolutely. Oh, Nijay's so
There we go.
good. Yeah, that'd be a good
I
one.
think Nijay should be a bit one. I
Okay.
kind of think Chinfinger should be a bit one.
I'm okay
I
with
could see
Chinfinger being a bit one.
Chinfinger. It's
But
so
I know we
hard to
use it-
choose because so many
Yeah.
of them are so like applicable. You know,
I
they're
know.
so like such a common occurrence. Like it cracks me up to think of chat spamming just knees. Like that's so funny to me. And it's so hard because we have to pick like the perfect emote that, you know, people want to use but isn't too, you know, universal, I feel. The knees might work. Read out the other ones you have so far.
So there's Nijay, there's Mike the Myconid, T, PD,
That's so good.
Chinfinger,
Okay, so Gnome has
Lydia
brought
with
up
the help me sign.
an excellent point. A hype emote would be great.
But I feel like Tarak shaking is our hype emote.
Yeah, but it's so dark.
I think of track
And
shaking as
our-
feral Tarak. Like
Yeah,
angry.
but our hype emote is either like Tarak shaking or Smite Knight. Because that's usually the stuff we're like hype about.
Smite Knight is pretty hype. If you had to choose between the hype emote and a TPD Pog emote, which one would you pick?
So here's the thing. So for me,
That's not an answer. It's a yes or no, Aaron.
okay. That,
Wait, no,
that
it's
is also
not.
not impossible.
It's
That's an
literally-
impossible
it's not-
answer.
It's not a yes or no.
So what I'm thinking is, so we
It's
either need
literally
something that
not.
is like we basically just need something that is like a thing that we are known for when we raid. I'm on the raid.
Oh, you're on the raid.
We're
I'm
not
on
on
the
that
raid
one
thing.
right now.
I was
I'm just-
asking Lydia.
Anyway,
TPD hype.
okay,
TPD
so
Pog.
Nijay I think is a good one. I
Oh
think
my
another good
God.
one for the bits would be the Lydia with the help me sign.
Yeah, Lydia help me sign is pretty funny. Oh, just like your like eyes poking up or something, and you're just like holding up a help
Me
me.
and my
That
help
would
me
be
sign.
adorable.
I can do that. We can do that one.
That one
then-
is really good.
Then we need a third one, and we got to decide which one what values they're gonna go for, because there's 3 different values.
Oh, I think I'm beginning to understand. So we're basically picking out of this pool of emote ideas which one will be made for bits, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. Because they can be moved around in the future. So right now we have Nijay. Because we don't have room right now for other emotes. Okay,
Right.
I'm on track. Nijay, great. Yeah, we want that one. Help me, Lydia. I think that's hilarious. I think a T emote would be pretty on brand for us. TPD. I mean, T happens a lot. The thing with the raid emote is that
See, 'cause
that
my
like
thing
has
is-
to be widely used. So I don't know if it would be good for bits.
What I want for the bit ones is I want them to be like
Hi, Quincy again.
high value, but not the super not super common. Because the super common ones I want to be available for like all the subscribers and things like that.
raids. Raids
So
is
like that's
common.
why I like the Nijay and the Lydia help me sign, because it's like those are ones we also have commands we can put in place so people can do the command too, you know.
Yeah, I got
Describe taste.
I don't know.
I think Quincy's referring to the
The
burger
food you're eating.
It tastes
My
like
guy.
The burger
it tastes
that I
like a
delivered,
McDonald's
by the way.
cheeseburger.
Well, you have to. That's such a bad.
Come on, man.
I thought you were a D&D.
That was your time
person.
to like
I
describe
thought you were a DM.
them.
That
Okay, I would
describes
like to
things.
state you've eaten a McDonald's cheeseburger.
Not
I actually
everybody.
haven't.
What?
Lydia, you are a.
Are you?
Oh man, the things that I was about to call
American?
you were going to be so incredibly just
It's
disappointing
Lydia.
to
It's
listen
totally
to.
okay. Well, honestly, Lydia's probably lived a better existence.
So okay, yeah, I
than
mean,
the
admittedly,
average
yes.
person who has
But that's
eaten
like
a
that's like you're
McDonald's
drowning in
burger.
a mud pit and someone walks by you completely clean and they're like, I don't even know what dirt is. And
No,
you're
I
like,
just
It
live.
is
I lived
similar.
on the chicken nuggets. I've never eaten the burger. I've
That's
only had
fair.
chicken nuggets.
So-
So it's
so
not a McDonald's.
to
thing.
describe
It's a
the taste
specifically
of
chicken.
a McDonald's cheeseburger. A McDonald's cheeseburger tastes like if a beggar
Mayonnaise!
could be a chooser.
The nugget for the win.
Chimkin nuggets.
Oh no, he's speaking in Keem. It tastes like like the feeling of being poor but never knowing what it's like to be rich, and this is the best thing you've ever had.
That is
But-
so complex. I can't
Whoa.
even wrap my head around what you
That
said.
was really sad.
So imagine you have so little money. You're so
Yeah.
so
okay. I'm
poor.
following.
And you need to eat food. All right?
yeah,
and
like a human.
You've saved up your money and you can finally afford the most expensive thing that you've ever eaten.
A
And you're like,
cheeseburger from
this is
McDonald's?
incredible. And then you
Yeah,
look
it would
into a
be.
restaurant that doesn't allow you entry because you're poor. And you go,
What?
how much better is that food? That's a McDonald's cheeseburger.
Wait. Okay. Oh gosh, there's so much to unpack here. What you're saying, so the tone I'm getting is somebody's hungry.
This is
And
the
they
best
get a
of the
burger.
worst possible
Like
option.
you could have left it there. Look, you're really hungry, and you get a burger.
No,
Like,
because it
it's
isn't.
that
It isn't.
simple.
If you get a burger when you're hungry, you get like a burger. Like this is not a quarter pounder. This is barely even a burger. This
Yeah,
is the
okay,
best.
that's fair.
This is the best of the worst possible options.
This feels like a very, like just
You know, that,
strangely.
like-
there's just a lot of things wrapped up into this whole analogy.
It's like okay,
It
someone
makes
walks
us.
up to you.
The thing is though is it's like it's targeted to make us feel bad for Aaron, but Grant's the one who gave it
Oh,
to
I
you.
love it.
Yeah,
I think this is great.
Aaron asked for this.
I asked for this. I asked for a number 7, which is two cheeseburgers. And so here's the thing, right? So imagine someone walks up to you and they're like, "Okay, you can't get out of this. I'm going to stab you somewhere on your body. You have the option of being stabbed in the stomach or stabbed in the foot. Stabbed in the foot is a much better option, but you're
This
still
is
getting
different.
stabbed in the foot.
This is different. You could have said no to McDonald's. You weren't held at knife point. I said in chat, "You want McDonald's?" And you're like, "Oh man, give me that number 7 with
No.
a large
You didn't
orange."
say,
I
"Hey,
see."
Aaron, where would you like food from?" You
No,
said,
I-
"Aaron, would you
yeah,
like
right,
McDonald's?" And so I said, "Yes," and number 7.
So I'd really like to point
With a
out
large
something
fine and a large drink.
that Quincy said here. Quincy says, "I was expecting like salty, sweet, meaty, a bit dry. Those are all things that describe taste. And then we got on the thing of I'm poor and I don't eat,
A McDonald's
things
cheeseburger tastes like a participation trophy.
See, that's all right. That's a solid analogy, I think. Like, I have eaten food today.
Now you see the real joy. If you don't just look at the cheeseburger and you look at the fact that it got a number 7. A number 7 is not just a participation trophy. It's a participation trophy that you won when you didn't even participate because there's 2 of them. You get 2 whole cheeseburgers. And you didn't
spend your money on it.
And you think, wow, this is incredible.
Okay.
I'm no longer hungry.
Other point. It was free on your end, which makes it taste that much better too, right? Pretty much. It's like...
Free food tastes infinitely better than food that costs money. I don't care what it is.
It's the experience. It's because you can't just describe food off of the taste. It's the whole package.
The sound barriers on the wall deflected that. It was perfectly headed for the trash can. It hit one of the sound corrugated things.
Here's the question.
In direction.
Do we need a food emote for the bits tier?
No.
Specifically for when we snack. Oh, I just had an idea for an emote. What if we had an emote that could be used whenever a DJ is doing ASMR? I think that's hilarious.
No, I am not promoting that.
No, it's not. It's not to say we want ASMR. It's just to point out when DJ's audio is scuffed.
But if we do that, then he's gonna purposely try to do it so people will use it. Oh gosh,
but it's so funny. Imagine
no,
DJ accidentally.
Why is there tangy barbecue sauce?
I didn't ask for that. Let's say DJ accidentally is chewing some chips in the microphone like he does sometimes.
Yeah, just
and then the whole chat just how we're like, DJ, what the heck? The whole chat could join in and just spam whatever email we have. I don't know how it would.
I would like to state, apparently Quincy supports the ASMR, so we have to do this more.
Quincy's a part of the ASM Army?
No,
DJ's fans?
Quincy, don't betray me like this, please.
I love how DJ's stan army is definitely the ASM army. And I think it's hilarious. Oh, Quincy refuses. Quincy's not a DJ stan. Not a DJ
good.
Stan. That's okay. DJ stans are almost like DJ. Don't get me wrong. DJ stans are absolutely welcome in chat. We're glad you're here. But DJ stans are a little bit of a different demographic than we usually deal with.
I have a question. So we have the ASM army. Who are they fighting against?
What are okay, we've got to decide what all of our our stands are. I need to know what our stands are.
Okay, wait. We have to unpack this real quick.
My stand is just spaff.
I feel like the ASM army is fighting against the fact that DJ is the stand.
No, but they
have to deal with. Well, yeah, I feel like ASMR is in a weird way their enemy. Like we've talked to DJ stands and they've said they don't like the ASMR, but they love DJ despite it. You get it? It's like DJ comes with a package with a lot of, his own problems and things you have to overcome.
Grant, you're missing a big opportunity.
So they are fighting the fact that DJ is their stand.
You're missing a big
opportunity. It's the ASM army.
Oh no, DJ stands.
It makes sense.
Are the ASM army?
Yeah.
We can divide the Paper Dungeon chat into 2 sections, and they can war. We can stand like gods above them and watch them fight. This is a perfect opportunity. We need the ASM army and whoever is opposing them.
Oh gosh, I feel like that'd have to be Drew.
No. We need a name.
No,
for
Lydia
them.
maybe.
We need a name for
the. I understand what you mean.
I am very much against the ASM army.
So what are Lydia's stands who fight against the ASM army every day?
I will go to war over this.
Is there any way we can provide more context?
The Sinvaders.
I don't know. Why Sinvaders?
I'm just saying because they view ASMR as a sin.
I guess Sinvaders.
That's a stretch.
I mean, we'll keep workshopping.
Okay,
it's a good start.
For context,
strong start.
DJ is our DM, and he has a wicked microphone that picks up everything. And the problem is ever since the beginning, we've had trouble with DJ fidgeting and chewing and typing and not muting his mic.
DJ's audio in general.
And the other thing is he types right next to the mic,
and
or he flips pages right next to the mic.
Can I try to give an example real quick? This is what it sounds like.
Except
That
more
accurate?
quacky. It's like a
It's
harsher
much
tone.
more clicky. It's much more clicky. He makes a lot of mouth sounds. He'll eat food in the middle of his
It's
sentence.
like a full Lay's commercial.
Like,
Dude, when you were role playing and he goes, there's a
yeah.
TikTok about it.
Yeah.
This
So
happens.
he'll eat food and just not mute his mic. But then there's
My
also times
favorite.
where he eats food right in the middle of him DMing.
He'll like take
So
a
he's
bite and then
describing a scene,
so-
and then he's like, "So," and we're like, "DJ."
My man would
Wait,
eat
my
like
favorite
a whole
thing.
thing of yogurt.
So
There's
DJ does this thing where he'll like move around in his chair to like get comfortable, and he'll be like,
Yeah, and then
his
Nijay
chair is
Nijay.
leathery, so it'll go like, and like everybody
like,
hears
squeak.
all of the noises.
I love that DJ's just an accidental meme all the time.
In the Aaron versus Squarespace video on our Patreon, you can see a clip where DJ is doing that whole like trying to get comfortable thing, and it's just totally edited and like amped up, and it gets all blurry. It's awesome, but that's what happens in my head every time DJ moves in general.
Our Patreon videos
But that's
are
the
long.
context. That's the context, but behind DJ specifically. But
That's
you
why
know how
DJ
it
has
is.
the ASM army.
When you have a show with people that reoccur, right, like a little cast, everybody has their own quirks. We've all known each other long enough where we are all equally, we all love each other very closely. We all get equally annoyed by one another in some ways. Maybe not equally, but we all have our
I
quirks,
hate
you know?
Grant.
Exactly. And so we all have our or almost our own stereotypes in a way, or like hyperbolic
I'm the villain.
things that we do.
Lydia's the cute
And
one.
so
Grant's the
we
dumb,
all
attractive
have
one.
yeah, our own stands in a way that have emerged via TikTok or via chat. And yes, they're small, but they absolutely exist. So like Aaron is like, everybody treats him like he's a hunk, man. It's great. His stan army, very supportive. Lydia's stan army, usually quite, sweet, always like, yay, Lydia's here.
You do get a
I
couple of creepy
haven't
ones.
I haven't noticed many Grant stands, honestly.
The silent
DJ's
few.
The
Hey,
silent
when
few.
you sing,
Oh, that is
you
true.
get the stands.
I've sung like maybe 3 times on the show. Like maybe, right? I have 3 stands from that. The mad logic. I'm fine with it. We're not very big.
I think
But
you need to go
DJs
look at that TikTok of you with
TikTok-
your T
Maybe,
song.
maybe I'll
People
take a
do.
look later. Get an ego boost. But then there's DJ, and DJ is the wild card. Oh, I didn't mention Drew.
You know.
Yes, I'm sure he has.
If any stan group is the silent few, it's Drew's. Because I know
feel
that
like
they're
Drew's-
out there.
Yeah. I feel like Drew has a lot of like-minded followers
Who
that
are
are just
also-
super into his play style, love the cool
You know,
stuff.
honestly, I think my mom is a Drew stan, and it's kind of, yeah.
You're Tina?
I think Tina is a Drew stan.
This is some deep lore, guys.
We need a T emote. We need a T emote. Are you kidding me? Oh my god.
So here's the thing. Drew is also a relatively quiet, doesn't like speak up type of guy. Like if he really, except for when like his like stars show up, aka when Quincy rated us and he almost passed out in the chair. I feel like his stands are the same way, where they're like, we'll appreciate you, we respect you, but we won't rave about it unless we like.
Because
saw
they're
you
too
in
cool.
person.
They're
Yeah,
too
exactly,
cool to
it's
rave about it is the thing. It's like, look at all those
those peons.
Gosh, the Lydia stands in chat.
Ugh.
Like that's Drew's following. That's
Just a bunch
that's
of
gotta be it.
weirdos.
And then there's DJ stands, which are kind of the wild card, which we've already pretty much explained. They love DJ for reasons. DJ's lovable.
We're not sure what
in
they
a number
are.
of ways. It's just I don't know, a wild card. I feel like that's the best way I can.
Well,
describe
it's
it,
like they're not there until suddenly we say something about DJ, and then they will stab you in your sleep. Like,
I think a part of it is that DJ, like, people love DJ's confidence and, his DMing, and DJ can be quite funny. But the other thing about DJ is he can be super confident, but then just mess up. And, like, we'll all clown on him, and he's, like, all like, oh, woe is me, why are you, like, what's happening? Like, I'm so sorry.
So cramped.
And, like, that dynamic is just quite funny.
All I can think of, there was, when you, like, lit that, and the smoke was moving, for some reason, all I could think was like a mob boss in a like burlesque like show center where they're just sitting there and they have like the long cigarette holder and like the smoke is like billowing up out of it, and they're like, honey, you're thinking about it all wrong. You're thinking of them as people. What you need to be thinking of them as is profit. And like,
is that how you see us, Aaron? Is that how you see us, Aaron?
Anyway, I think I saw another question in the chat. I'm sure it was in there.
A politician. I want to point out that Maz said that there is some deep meme lore on the stream.
Yes.
That's something I love. It's all happened very... Oh gosh, Lydia's computer is taking off.
My, we need a rocket ship emote.
That happens so rarely, but it does happen.
It's just a computer with rockets.
That's another part of the meme lore.
I'm so excited, Lydia, when we were living in the same house. It's like, oh, I wonder if Lydia's home, and then just hear
just screams.
Awesome. Oh man.
So as far as coming up with names for the different armies, I don't know if we'll call them armies or whatever happens, but I feel like it needs to happen quite organically, right? Like,
it'll happen.
ASM
the
Army
names will
happened,
develop.
so yeah, right.
And they may. I hope that they name themselves.
This is an important stream, I think, because I think this is the first time we're like acknowledging it at length. The fact of the matter is that the groups of stands have been emerging, and I just got chills.
Together.
I think I have goosebumps. I have goosebumps right now because the stands are emerging, and this is a first. I mean, eventually the stands will be, you know, at war with one another in some ways. You know, it'll be like a frenemies, basically. And we're here to just, you know, help catalyze that and see how it all happens.
So one of my favorite online things that has ever occurred is r/place. Have you guys heard of that?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the
hope that something similar happens to our show, where people like the different groups of stands have like formed identities. Canada. And they're like the ASM Army has been growing in strength recently. We need to they like form Discord like rooms to like, fine, we'll make an alliance with Lydia's stands, but only for the next month.
I don't know how much we should
I don't know anything about this.
Who made the poll?
So
Maz had to
r/place was basically a program that you could program pixels. Like,
oh no, you pitted us against us?
Hold on. Maz made names right now in the chat.
Grant Space Force?
That's hilarious. I'm voting for that.
DJ Spec Ops.
Oh, if you're voting for you, I'm voting for me.
Lydia Army, Grant Space Force, Aaron Navy, Drew Air Force, DJ Special Ops.
Oh, guys, if we do this is gonna hurt my confidence so much.
Oh, okay. We this is all for good and fun. We're not all that serious.
I voted for the DJ Space Op or Spec Ops.
I
want you to know.
We can't. I don't know.
So Lydia Army wins.
Oh my gosh.
I gotta give my pick of the tattoo to my sister real quick. So I'm a BRB.
Honestly,
but I'll stay on stream.
So the question is, guys, I've been on stream for 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Did you mute Grant? Or
No,
did he mute himself? Okay.
Oh man, you get to see Grant is in his Chad form. Grant Chatterson back in high school. Oh man, guys, I'm tired. I need to leave at some point in time. Please.
That's fair. I mean, you're in control. When you want to end it, you end it, my guy.
But you guys seem like you want to be here so much, and I enjoy it. Ryan, I love you deeply, but never in my life have I ever said, man, I really want to be Ryan. That's especially not once you started streaming for like 9 hours at a time. I'm good, dog. I'm good. All honesty though, I would love at some point in time, like if we do like a charity stream or just like a
Yes,
special event
that's
or
what I
something,
want to do.
to do like a 24-hour stream of
Dude,
some
I've-
kind.
I'm gonna be honest. I've actually been kind of like structuring out how we could do it, too, because
I mean-
it's like we would do it in shifts.
Mhm.
So each one of us would have like a segment of the 24-hour stream, and then like we'd all have like our parts, and it's scheduled out, and you can join in, and then each like when we collect the monies to donate, and we do a little charity thing for 24 hours. I don't think it would be so cool.
Mm-hmm. One of the other streamer that I'm subscribed to on Twitch has done like a week-long charity thing, and so you'll notice a lot of the emotes that I use are pickles. Case in point, this little pickle angel, and the entire joke of it is the person I follow, his name is @Ilyon TV, I think, on Twitch, and he hates pickles. He just hates them. And so every year he has the pickle challenge, and it'll be a week-long charity stream where like all of the like bits and donations and things like that, you can like add things to the pickle smoothie that he'll drink at the end of the stream, or like just cause random, he'll like 200 bits, I'll eat a pickle, like stuff like that. It's 7 days of him just eating his least favorite thing in the world. And some of them are like, the last one is like a 24-hour stream. Like, really cool guy. He's raised like a lot of money for like Doctors Without Borders and stuff like that.
That's one thing I hope we do more. I know all of us do, because the cast has talked about this more. But we want to do more charity stuff. We don't have a lot of cash flow as it is, so I feel like that's part of it. But now we're seeing a bit more activity anyway, so we think we can actually generate something for charity, I guess. I'm just kind of speaking out of turn here, I feel, but...
One thing, let me find the info for it. So Wences the DM runs the Everdark thing. This Sunday, I'm actually partaking in a charity one-shot to raise money for Autism Awareness Month. So if you want to do, like, come and watch me play in a one-shot, it'll be Sunday. I'll have more information posted on social media. I'll put it in our Discord, things like that. So join our Discord, and I'll put the information there. That's probably the easiest way to do it.
I'm not sure if you guys knew, but
What
Lydia
channel will
is
it be on?
super awesome and does a bunch of cool
It's true.
stuff with other people.
It's true.
And is really cool. So keep paying attention to what she does, because she's way better at whatever it is that she does than we are.
What channel will it be on, Lydia?
Yeah, I'm putting it in chat right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we've also talked a bit more about guests. You know, Lydia's really our point person, because again, Lydia does a lot of cool stuff.
Lydia, codename The Plug.
Yeah, the plug. I love that. A plug emote.
There's already a plug emoji. Just use that. That's what I
but
use.
An emote for chat.
But
for
I'm
when
not
we're
known.
plugging.
But I'm not known as the plug in the
Not
chat.
yet.
No, I just love. It could be used for when Aaron's talking about table scraps. When at the beginning, just plug.
Or when DJ's looking through his books and I stall for time for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just spitballing.
Just
but
spitballing.
Yeah, I believe there are some things in the works with some people, or at least just like
Also,
beginning convos and stuff. So that's
Grant,
that's
do you
fun.
think that we can talk about like future plans for like bits and like points and stuff?
Let's keep the dream alive.
Okay,
Let's keep the dream
so-
alive.
Wait. Because I want to listen to this, but I have like stuff in my book back there that I want to get, and I want to write down any.
It's fine. We can
Yeah,
wait.
do it.
We can wait.
No.
Go your thing.
Yeah, go for it.
By the way, your hair looks great today. She can't hear me, so that
Lydia's glowing.
compliment. Yeah. You can see how small she is in comparison to her room. She looks huge.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Once she gets farther
it's
back.
It's a
much
much
shorter.
different ratio than you think it is.
Okay.
What?
We were talking about like the farther you get away from the camera, the more comparison to size we actually have to you and the rest of the objects in your room.
Do you want the
I
real
bet there are
one?
people that.
Yes. Let's just real
No, wait.
quick. Can you go stand as far away from the camera as possible next to your
I bet
little
there's
shelf
quite a
thing?
few people
Give me
that
a-
think Lydia's
Give me
tall.
a second.
I
Give me a
believe
second.
this.
Well, one of you guys thought I was tall.
Oh yeah,
people
back in the day, I
that
thought you were like
aren't
5'10",
aware.
5'11".
Okay. I'm gonna unplug my headphones so I can hear you
And
guys.
wait, could you
That's all
tilt the
good.
camera up a little so we can see the ceiling?
Oh,
Or is
you want to
that-
see the top of my room? So that's
Wow,
your
that
wall.
is already a drastic change.
Okay, ready?
This clip is gonna go huge. Let's go! Yes! I love it. I love it. Also, Lydia has tall ceilings, I'm pretty sure. It just kept going exactly. I'm pretty sure Lydia has tall ceilings too, so it makes her look that much
Watch
smaller.
out, Lydia. Quincy now knows how small you are. This is dangerous information to release into such a big player in the RPG game.
But yeah, how tall are your ceilings, do you think, Lydia?
Um,
Like taller than average, right? Like 10 feet or something, or?
no, they're
Oh, no.
actually pretty normal.
Lydia, you're 5'2", right?
I'm 5'4".
5'4"? Quincy's shorter than you. I thought you were 5'2".
Short
This is
royalty in
incredible.
chat.
Short
No.
kings.
Short
We
royalty.
stand short kings.
We stand short kings.
I'm technically like 5'3 3/4", but round up. I'm 5'4".
You round up that 75%.
That's awesome.
Here, I can also like if I shift.
This is
This
going to be
way,
our most
I'll put
popular
it-
stream for sure.
Lydia, I feel like I remember you as shorter than.
Yeah, I could have sworn that you were
No.
not 5'4".
No.
Right, you're taller than my
You
mom.
might be thinking of Hannah.
Yeah,
'cause
Hannah was-
Oh, Hannah was shorter.
So
Yeah, Hannah was
There's
shorter.
a door frame. We'll do it this way. That's a better way. Okay.
Oh, that's a door frame. Yeah.
Wait, can you see?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can see.
Yeah, we can see.
It took
we
me a
can
second. My eyes had to adjust. Oh, that's great.
see. Yay!
This is excellent.
I love this. I love this section. I'm pretty short too. I feel. I mean, not like Lydia's short, but I feel like on average.
My computer like actually like facing like not tilted down
this is
at
an
me.
incredible angle. I am
Maz thinks
6'1".
Maz says they're 1000% shorter than me.
So you're
You're a
1
small
inch
lad.
tall. Maz has been 1 inch tall this whole time. Well, wizards, you know.
Maz, I picture of you. I mean, I honestly, it's weird. I don't really have perceptions of chatters, I guess, but short king. We
I
love
just
short
assumed that
kings.
Maz was 6'5", 325 pounds of solid muscle.
Wizards of the Coast, just a unit.
They call me the muscle sorcerer.
I'm a almost 5'8", I think. I don't think I'm quite that. I
I'm
might
6
be
foot
that
6'1"
now.
on a good day.
On a good day, you're the same height. Well,
And
Nah,
then-
I've got real
So
bad back.
okay. So this is this is the comparison my family has settled on with like me and Drew, because me and Drew are both skinny minis. I'm the skinny mini, he's skinny tall. But
Oh, yeah.
so I'm a green bean, he's asparagus.
That is incredibly
That's so
accurate.
true.
If you guys, oh my goodness, Lydia, commission all of us just as VeggieTale characters.
I knew that was coming.
So when you were here for the we got together and we did a whole bunch of stuff a little while ago, and you stayed in my guest bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
At one point in time, my mom came to me and she was like, we were just talking. She's like, I never realized how small Lydia was, and she was like, and it's weird though, because it isn't like she's emaciated. She's just tiny. She just has tiny bones.
Really small.
It's I don't understand how a person could be that small.
Well, then you have the other side of things. Aaron,
I'm
you're built
I'm
like
a whole
Norse.
unit.
You're built like a Norse, Viking god.
I've been compared as such.
Yeah. You
Well, and I'm really sad because
yeah.
the one time when we played in person,
Mhm.
and I was sat next to Aaron, I was on a cushion.
Yep.
I was on a cushion, so I looked normal next to Aaron, but in reality, I'm sitting on a cushion, and he's sitting in a chair different than mine that's lower than mine too. So it ended up evening out, so you didn't get to see the dramatic difference.
Mhm.
But we had to do that because the height difference was bad.
Yes.
with the
I
camera.
think we ended up switching for the main campaign session in person, where I sat next to you. No,
No.
I'm remembering incorrectly.
Because you
Because
sat next to
there
me
was two.
for the
For
table
the
scraps.
Table scraps. You're right.
I love comparing hand sizes between people that I know, because my hand is not particularly large. I have actually pretty short fingers for my hand. The length of my palm is wild. Like, my fingers are almost shorter than my actual palm length. So, like,
We all have very different hands.
oh yeah, wildly
We do.
different. My favorite thing about
My
Grant,
hands are actually quite small.
Grant has little baby hands. So a thing that I can do with Grant's hands is he can put
How do
his
you measure?
hands next to mine, and I can fully fold my fingers over top of his fingers.
Okay, I think my hand has to move down just a tad, but
It's,
you know,
it's
you
a
get
bit
the...
better now. But like back in high school, it was like, meh. It was great.
Yeah.
I've
Lydia,
got
your hands
a
are,
weirdly
I
proportioned
think,
body.
like longer than mine. Like, you have longer,
Yeah.
bigger hands, but they're much more petite than mine. So by weight, mine might win. I think you do have.
Yeah,
like,
in
bigger
in
hands,
terms of mass, Grant, you've got
Aaron's
some
hands-
thick hands, dude.
My hands
Wow,
are
what
literally
a
just my
compliment.
bones.
That blew my mind. So like the back of your
Ryan, you're
hand,
tall.
it was crazy to me. So like you can, to me, it
That's
seemed
just-
as though
that
you
feels
could
weird.
pinch like through your palm
Yeah.
to like the back of your hand, and it seemed to me as though you could almost touch your fingers together. Like when I looked at
mean-
your hand,
I mean, no.
it's just like, well, they just have much more deeper grooves between bones. Like there's just less
Yeah.
there. I have so much meat on my hand that the like size of my hand, there's not a chance. They like, there's no, you can't even see where the like fingers are on the back of my hand.
This conversation is so strange.
I don't know. I just think it's interesting.
I mean,
People's
I
hands
find
are
it
cool.
interesting too. It's just once you start describing hands as like, oh, they're thick.
There's
and I
some
just
thick
got-
hands, dude.
He's got some meaty claws, my guy, and like, I mean, it's fine and all.
Like, you know
I'm
how,
just glad we're not talking about feet
So, do
because
you
I don't
remember
want to
when you
go
were-
there.
like when you were
Yeah.
young in like elementary school, did anyone else have the like they would do the BMI tests with like calipers?
No, actually, no. I
Okay, so
never
at
had
my
that.
school they would. Oh,
Weird.
Quincy, thanks for the subscription. We're only 2 away
Thanks,
from
Quincy.
40.
That's so
um,
kind of you.
So when I was a young boy in elementary school, during the presidential fitness test, they would test like body fat ratio or something like that, and they would have calipers that would like they would like put on your arm, and it would pinch to see like how close they could get together or something like that. No one else had that?
No.
That's
Am I
wacky.
crazy? I mean, to be fair, it was like a town school, like when I was young. But
No, I didn't. We had we just had the like things you plugged the numbers into.
no,
I don't know if we really
had a-
did BMI. Yeah, there's like BMI calculators. Granted, they're not very accurate because every single person's body composition are
Right.
different. But I think we just did like the number calculations. They also
No
have
one
these
had the-
machines that you can do where you stand on and it does like electric stuff, like electro pulse. But that's
Dog,
different too.
I'm not crazy. This is a thing that happened.
Dude, you're
I believe
anime.
you. I just don't know what it is.
Could you imagine, like, just the thought? I guess it's because I'm not well acquainted with it, but like the thought of like people taking calipers to like measure children is just strange.
Okay,
to
so
me.
you word it in the
feels-
worst possible way.
That's what you were saying. Like in elementary school, when they used to like test your BMI with calipers, like it's just weird. It feels like a experiment of sorts. Like,
Okay, so you grab a
Like
fold of
little-
skin and use the
imagine little
caliper to
Grant-
measure
wait.
thickness down to the nearest 0.5 millimeters
Ew,
by
I don't
reading
like
the
this.
measurements on the
that's,
dial.
See, that's icky.
This
imagine,
makes me uncomfy.
Imagine
I don't
little
like
Grant
that.
is,
Ooh,
like,
no,
timed
Lydia
to-
wouldn't want
okay,
that.
Yeah, that's enough. That's
We're
enough.
good.
No more
It's-
caliper
it's-
No
talk.
more.
It's like just pinching your skin. It isn't that weird.
I don't like it.
It's not that bad. It's
I
just.
don't.
It's literally like if
feels-
you held your arm out, like pinched
I
your
mean,
arm.
no, I'm imagining this like far worse than it is, but
We should have a TPD caliper day.
Yeah, dude.
no.
Measure BMI. I'm in, dog. Okay. Thank you so Pool Puri. Thank you for confirming that you know what I'm talking about, because I know that we did a lot of old-fashioned things at my elementary school, but I'm starting to wonder if we were just like the only ones. So it's the old way of doing things, which is pretty common
gotta
for
be.
how I grew up.
Yeah.
I mean, it does seem like one of those like pre-World War II things where it was like, we just run around, do push-ups and pull-ups, and then we
Yeah.
test your BMI with these pincers.
And I mean, that can't be accurate because people carry fat in different ways on their body too. Like some people carry fat in different areas of their body at a different ratio than other people.
Oh, I was
Like,
considered morbidly
can't be
obese
accurate.
according to BMI measurements. Which, to be
Do you
fair,
think they were correct?
I'm not fit. I'm not like perfectly healthy, but I was also born at 8 pounds. So
Wow. Wow.
I've been a
a
hefty
big
lad
baby.
for a long time. Except I was smaller than in terms of like total size than the rest of the children that were born that day. I just
interesting.
weigh heavy. Like I have dense bones.
I was very chubby as a kid, actually.
I'm a
I need to dig up some
bird.
pictures
I got
to show
hollow
on Table
bones.
Scraps.
Exactly. Oh my god.
You were always small, Lydia?
Always. I've always been really tiny. In elementary school, my 4th grade teacher actually sent an email to my parents that was like, I'm concerned for Lydia's health. Can you have her bring in snacks so I know she's eating? And I was like 10.
Oh,
So I had to bring in snacks.
that sounds kind of like traumatic in a way.
It was she wasn't a great teacher. She's
so
the
sorry.
reason that I hate shaking hands.
Mm.
Oh, really?
hmm
Would you shake my hand? No.
Actually, I'm getting better with it. I'm more comfortable with it. But-
in his hand.
You know, that moment right there.
Yeah.
What?
That's
that,
a song.
That moment, I don't even want to know.
It's a Disney song.
Okay.
But yeah, I've always hated shaking hands because of 4th grade. She had us all line up
Ew.
and shake her hand, and she would tell us if we had a good handshake or not. And if we didn't have a good one, we had to go to the back of the line and keep going through until she approved it.
That's kind of weird. I mean, I
went through the line 4 times.
I get the sentiment behind it, where it's like, oh, you want to like, I don't know, like good social
Yeah.
skills, but it's a little weird.
I could
It was
see
a
it
little-
if like in like
Bad.
strangely enough, that's a very like college business course thing to do.
That's
Like,
very true.
Once you're like adult and like that's coming into play, sure. If you want to do handshaking practice, great. But a 10-year-old,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me offering a handshake gave me vibes where Renaya's like, is it cool if we hug? And then Track's like, I mean, sure. Like,
I mean,
it's
I
like,
guess.
yeah.
You know, so in college, I had to take a physical, like not a PE course, but like a health course kind of thing, like required for college. And in it, they had like, let's test your like healthiness index or something like that. And so, if you don't know, I have a form of asthma called reactive airway, which basically a random thing can happen, and suddenly I have trouble breathing. I take an inhaler for it every day. It's great. Way better now than it was when I was younger. But like, I still can't, without the inhaler, I can't like, let's go run or play a sport. We had to measure our like lung strength, and my lungs are in peak condition.
Really?
According to the test, I have severely above average lung capability.
Those tests, like, that's
I was
the
also
problem with
considered
generalizing
morbidly
tests.
obese, and I have very good, like, I was rated incredibly good on everything except I was morbidly obese,
Wild.
and had
Well,
and I had too low of muscle strength. And
But
I'm
you're kind of jacked.
I'm like the things
Aaron broke the squat record.
that. Okay, I
for-
didn't break the squat record, especially not
Didn't
for my
you
weight.
beat-
But in my class, I had
in your
nearly
class
the,
you had the highest
the
lift.
highest squat record in senior
And
high
then
school.
didn't somebody that we both know
Yes.
break it? But it was like a war between the two.
Oh
I
yeah,
remember
no,
how hyped
we
that
fought
was.
every single time we maxed out.
Dude, you getting that squat record of the class that one time,
Bro, that
I
was
remember
intense.
Everybody in the circle screaming.
That was one of the few
Oh
times
my
in my life
gosh.
I've been proud of myself. But so
Okay,
basically,
yeah,
let me just
yeah.
tell this story.
Okay,
so I
yeah,
have
make
long
it-
hair.
Make it quick.
I have long hair, and so you aren't allowed to wear
How
hats in
does
school.
that? How does that the start
No,
of
this
the
is a
story?
very important start.
Samson here.
Yeah, exactly. So I have long hair, and we aren't allowed to wear hats in school. So when you squat, the bar rests on your shoulders. So with long hair, it can get caught, and it can like tear and rip and be a real pain. So on the max out record, I like it was max out day. I get there and I brought a red headband like in Street Fighter to tie my hair back and keep it away from the bar. So I'm squatting.
You looked awesome, by the way.
410 was what I ended up squat max.
410 pounds at what, 17 maybe?
Yeah, something around there. 17, maybe 18.
Maybe 18 if it was senior year. Yeah.
And so I'm like the last one to squat. Everyone else has finished their max outs. And so I get there, and people come over and they're like, yo, how much is that? So I was like, it's 410. I can like hear them whispering. I'm like, this is time.
It was so awesome.
So I get there, I'm like, oh. And so mind you, we weren't allowed to actually max full max. Like we weren't just one down, one up. We had to do like a lower weight multiple times and it would calculate max. And so like it gets
Which is a very common
and we were
practice
only allowed
nowadays.
to squat a maximum of 5 times, which was really frustrating because I think I could have kept going.
Probably.
But it gets to like the 4th rep and I'm like, oh, I stand up and everyone's like, yeah, yeah. People are like freaking out, like cheering, just yelling. And I like managed to max the 5th time up.
Also, yeah, it was also co-ed, by the way. So it's not just a bunch of like, and it's also not like all fit people. It's just the average kids.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just such a fun moment.
Dog, it was sick.
So
I was
I have a gym story.
Yeah,
So,
it's gym stories.
Is that
in
time you
high
maxed
school-
at 600 deadlift?
in high school, you had to get, I think, like 2 gym credits or something like that. But one of the things you could do to like not have to take an actual gym class was you could do summer gym, which would
Summer
be
gym?
yes,
That
1
sounds
month in the
fire.
summer.
That sounds
You
so
show up
fun.
at the school and you cram a year's worth of gym class into a month.
Was this like gym and like fitness ed like kind of thing?
No,
Like
this
health
was
ed,
this
or was
was
it just activity?
just the activities.
Interesting.
Now, it was hardcore. The first day I showed up, we went to do warm-ups. We're working through warm-ups. We get 5 minutes into warm-ups, and 2 kids had passed out. One had thrown up and was wheeled away in a wheelchair.
What the heck?
Yeah, it was
That
intense.
doesn't sound.
It was intense.
The worst
and here's the
part
thing,
of
and this was the thing. This was how horrifying it was if you only could have a certain amount of time that you were not there. If you exceeded this amount of time, you didn't get the credit. So if you missed a certain amount of days or things like that, what they would literally do is if you did not participate in the activities or you passed out or you had to go to the nurse, they had a stopwatch and timed you until you got back to the class.
Even if you passed out?
So it was like they'd like call for the nurse, but they'd have a stopwatch going to keep track of how much time that you've missed in this thing. It was intense.
Gosh, I wonder what the legality of that kind of thing
Dude,
is. Like,
I don't know. It was bad.
It's
and like
completely
so
legal
messed
as
up.
long as no one narcs to the police.
the teachers were brutal with it and everything. And so then there was this one time we were doing the sit-ups, the sit-up test thing. We paired up for it, and I had a friend taking the summer gym thing with me. She was helping me do the sit-ups. She was like pressing my feet down so I could actually do it.
Broke her ankles.
And I get through it, and I am just beat. And they come around to ask for the scores, and my friend goes, "Oh crap, Lydia, I didn't count."
oh no, they made you do it again.
So they made me do it again
gosh.
by myself after I had just done it. So like I didn't get a break in between doing it. I had to do it right then and right there after I
Yeah,
had
and once
just
your abs are
done it.
shot, man, you can't perform at the same.
Yeah.
That's so messed up.
You see, the simple
was-
solution: if you don't have any abs in the first place, I have the core of a rotten apple.
I don't know. Well,
It's
okay,
pretty
yeah, I
bad.
guess maybe.
So
in
simple solution:
comparison.
if it sucks the whole time, then there isn't really a big change.
Anyway,
I feel like Lydia kind of
Summer
killed it at the
gym-
sit-ups. I'm not gonna lie.
summer gym was horrible. I'm actually really, really bad at sit-ups.
Oh, my bad.
I'm specifically bad at it because I have a really long torso.
Oh, fair. See,
So,
I'm
and my
I'm
spine's all whack.
I'm just like a brick of spam. So like, doing a sit up for me is not as hard as like other things. I
Brick
guess.
of spam.
I'm just like a brick of
Because I don't have as far to travel. You
So,
know?
speaking of weird spine stuff, Lydia, I know I've told this story before. Ryan referenced it for me in the chat already, so I'll tell the whole story.
I love that this is where table scraps has gone.
Welcome
Anyway.
to where we are.
Don't worry, we'll get back to where I'm keeping tabs in my head. We'll get back. We'll get back.
So, in freshman year of high school, we had, or freshman year of high school, freshman year of college, there was the like business show where they would be like, hey, these are all the businesses in the town you can go to, spend money here. And one of them was a chiropractor, and they were doing spinographs, which measure the tension of muscles in your back surrounding your spine, and separates them into basically 3 different portions, give or take. Actually, no, 5, because there's top of the lower back, middle of the lower back, and then the bottom of the middle of the lower back. And then there was the left shoulder, right shoulder. So in like 5 general up and down partitions, and then 1 in the middle. It would measure them. Green was good. Yellow was too weak. Red was too tight. The farther you got towards tightness, the darker the red would get. My
I have a
right
feeling
shoulder,
I know where this is going.
my right shoulder was black. And so they like prints out
That's
the little
pretty dark
sheet of
red.
paper, and they're like, "Oh, you should probably get that looked at before you get arthritis by the age of 23." And I'm like, "Yeah, I figured."
I wonder. Not to discredit the validity, that story is absolutely true, but I wonder if chiropractors will make it seem worse than it is to get business. Like, I wonder
maybe.
if your shoulder... they might have just been like, hey, kid, you should spend money here, because... you're messed
also,
up, man.
so I had the same thought, and I checked
so
with
messed up.
a bunch of people. Like,
Yeah,
it's a cool
okay.
thing. Like, a lot of people did spinographs. My bar went off the side of the graph.
Oh my gosh, so this is legit. It's legit.
And I checked with a bunch of people. I have never seen anyone else get that dark of a red anywhere on their back compared to my shoulder. And then the lower back was separated so that the top right was too weak, and the top left was too tight, and then the bottom right was too tight, and the bottom left was too weak. So my spine, the lower spine, is just getting pulled like that in opposite directions,
That's a horrible feeling.
accounting
in
for
thought.
2 misplaced vertebrae.
Now, though, you work in a place where you carry and place boxes
Yeah.
off of a truck and onto shelves, and so now your back is just probably jacked, right?
No, it's probably worse off than it was.
At least you're stronger. You gotta be
I think that-
lifting. I bet your core is better too, man.
My
You're twisting
core-
with weight.
My core and upper body strength might be slightly better than it was in high school, but I don't even know if that's the case.
You could.
And
still
my
throw
legs
me.
are weaker. Like, I don't think I could still max out 225 for bench, and that was already
that's
weak.
fair,
My
that's
upper
fair.
body has never been good.
Your bench was like my squat, dude.
But if you compare that to
it's
like,
crazy to me.
I could not bench my own body weight.
That's fair. I was getting close. I
So
guess.
like in terms of total mass,
No, I think I
sure.
was. Anyways,
But-
I can't remember. I want to catch up on chat a bit, and because there was some interesting stuff that was said a while back. One of them, Matt's saying BMI is whack. Like half the NFL is considered overweight when they're just all shredded. Totally true. They have like not much fat on them, and they're jacked. But according to like the BMI statistics, they're like obese. So Aaron, maybe you were just jacked as a kid.
I mean, I
Maybe
do
that's
think
what it
that I
was.
have a high density of like muscle and bone. I do think that does account for a lot of it, but I'm just a dense boy. I'm a dense
dense
man.
boy.
In the words of my mother, Aaron, sometimes you're just thick as a brick. She said that, and she was like, that came out way harsher than I intended it to. And I was like, thanks, Mom. My mom and I have a wonderful relationship.
Your mom is.
We
Really
just
cool,
insult
actually.
each other regularly.
Would your mom make an appearance on stream, do you think?
I don't think so.
Not
I
now.
don't think
but
that she would be
no.
a big fan
Okay.
of that.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
But my mom and I are very similar. I call, like, for example, things that me and my mom do. she'll like say something that'll be like, well, you know, for someone as old as you, and she'll be like, Aaron, I swear to God. And I'll just flat out call her old. And then she'll be like, well, you know, Aaron, if you were like not quite as dumb as you are, like, wow, thanks, Mom.
I think
We love each other deeply. You can tell
think-
exactly where I get my like insult everyone mentality.
fair. I think Maz is a part of the Church of Iron. Maz said that they'd make fun of them for being small in football, but then they deadlifted like 100 more pounds than them. So Church of Iron?
I'm part of the Church of Iron Deficiency.
Yes.
Ah, yes. Also, welcome. We love our asthmatics here. We have some asthmatics in chat.
Represent.
We love our iron deficiency kings and queens. We love
Get yourself
all
some
of the
spinach.
royalty. Yep, we love all the royalty. I saw that Mickey said that after their surgery they had about 1.5 body fat percentage according to BMI stuff. So I'm glad that you have more of a percentage than that now because that's really low. But also those things aren't very accurate. So, oh, you know what else is very inaccurate?
You.
Fitbits. I learned about this recently.
Oh, yeah.
Because Fitbits basically what they do, they take like your basic stats, you know, I guess, and based on average like activity, they will determine with your stats in the average activity how much you burn, how many calories you burn and stuff. The problem with it is that like everybody will probably practice an activity at a different intensity depending on your skill level, depending on the body composition you have, and they also just misrecord things. Like they won't be able to tell, especially if it's one that's like motion sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be so terribly off.
My
even
sister's
doing a
Fitbit
basic
can't
activity
even keep
like
track
biking.
of time right.
Are you for real?
Yeah.
Gosh, we're never being. There might be some good ones. We're never being sponsored by Fitbits, which is fine with me. But
I'm good with that.
yeah,
Okay.
but
So
they've
this
done
is a-
studies where they've been like 1,000 calories off and stuff from basic activity. It's wild.
So this is a kind of weird position. Grant, was that your cat?
Yeah, my cat wants to get in my room. I'm gonna let her in, but she'll just
Oh
be
my God.
meowing at
Sugar
me into
stream.
the mic. Yeah.
No, this is even better. This will bring the viewers in, dude.
We accept this.
You know, the viewers really like it when I feed my cat treats because I can like get her to like prop up on a little chair and it's really cute. So I can do that for us if we want.
So, talking about Fitbits made me think about, and specifically you when you're like, it doesn't even track time well. Is I was like, if you get a Fitbit for the purpose of keeping track of time, you might as well just get a regular watch. And then my brain, like, kept going. A hobby that I would love to get into, and I have no idea how. I would love to learn how to make watches,
You're such an.
like clockwork stuff.
It's
That
pretty
is
cool.
So
I'm not gonna
cool.
lie.
Like,
It's just so. Difficult.
I've mentioned this stream a couple of times, but there's a stream I watch called Drawfee. If you like art or anything like that, check it out. But one of the people on there make watches. Like that's one of their big hobbies be outside of art. They did a 2-hour watchmaking stream, and it was so cool.
That's crazy.
Like it was just like super tiny little movements, and how watches work like blow my mind. Like that like intricate movement of like gears and levers and stuff. Yeah, man, as the Drawfee crew, Julia is the name of the one who makes watches. Also their most like technical artist. She is insane.
They also go all out. You've shown me a couple things,
Oh,
and they
man.
don't hold back on
No.
their projects. They'll
They're,
spend
like,
like what
really
20
good.
hours on projects and
easy.
stuff just to show and stream
Like
and stuff.
stuff like that.
It's just like Lydia.
Caldwell. Oh, Caldwell is a hilarious guy. Doesn't show up on stream nearly as much after they got booted.
You know what
from
we need to
College
do?
Humor.
Aaron, you need to do a drawing competition with Lydia and Drawfee.
So I would
members.
lose. So no, I've said this before. I think I said
I
this.
feel
on
like
previous
I feel like
stream.
they'd be like, mad respect, Lydia, and then Aaron would just be like boggle. Like
So this is the thing. If we ever got reached out to by Drawfee, and they were like, because Drawfee's done it before to a lot of different creators, they're like, hey, would you like to be in this YouTube video with us? And they do a thing. And if they ever reached out to the Paper Dungeon, they're like, hey, would you be interested in doing something like this? Or vice versa, where you reach out to them. I would be like, Lydia, don't disappoint them. I'm not gonna be there. This is up to you.
That's too much pressure. It's not about comparisons. That's too much pressure.
I'm not saying like comparing her to anything. Just like, Lydia, be chill. Don't ruin this for me.
But Lydia would carry the team, dude.
I mean, yeah, I have full belief that Lydia would be incredible. She would actually do very well on their style of
Lydia,
show.
you know you're an amazing artist, right?
Thanks.
And if you
I
guys
always get.
want
I
to
just
Lydia,
get-
you're
sponsor-
technically
are.
a professional. Literally, you are commissioned. People
yeah,
can commission.
she
you.
has a store where you could buy her artwork and
Oh gosh, a
commission
plug.
artwork and you can buy pillows.
Hashtag
and
Lydia
shirts.
carries fast.
You used to be able to buy super cool notebooks.
Canonically, only 5 pounds.
And now I'm the only one.
You are the only one.
No.
You are the only one
Hardcover
with that one.
notebooks.
Ew, I
Okay,
don't like how you said that.
We need to think about a third emote.
Do we?
We don't
I've
have
been
it.
live
We
for
don't
like
have the
4
third
We have
one.
Nijay.
hour.
You know
We
what?
have
You know what?
Nijay.
It's gonna
We
be some
have
time. It's gonna be a little bit of time before I can work on it. We can talk about this on another table.
TPD
Scraps.
hype, TPD pog. This is
All I
why
have
we
to
need a
say
document. We need a
Is
document.
Lydia gets very scared to show her art a lot because it often gets memed on in the most loving way. But Lydia has a hard time deciphering if the joke is like a joke or not. And so Lydia gets real self-conscious a lot.
Oh. Well, you know we all love your art,
Well,
right?
Lydia needs to get over it because her art's great.
That's
Lydia also has a really
Lydia,
hard time with
not
Aaron
Lydia.
because
Yeah, Aaron,
Aaron's
we're
way
like
of
good cop,
complimenting
bad
Lydia
cop.
is by yelling at her that her art is good and that his is not.
I don't
and Lydia
know
doesn't
how else
like
to
that.
express my emotion. I think that my art is fine. I just liked yours better.
I feel like good cop, bad cop when we're both on stream.
I feel like you just like to stir the pot. I
Mm.
feel like
I
you're like
feel stressed.
I feel like you're like yes, I can. Ooh.
Hey, Quincy's
Ooh,
Quincy said
ooh,
they
Quincy.
need your art, Lydia.
Yeah.
Lydia,
I'm
Lydia.
talking. I gotta get my work schedule, and then I'm gonna talk with Quincy about art.
Get
Oh,
that
that's
bag,
so
Lydia. Get that
exciting.
bag.
I'm so
Chase that
excited.
bag.
Remember money bags from the Spiral games?
Bro. Of course I remember your money bags from
If
the
I-
Spyro games.
Okay, so I gotta say, I want a soundboard for Table Scraps so bad. I would so clip that sound of you going, bro, and be able to just play it at will.
We have gone so many places
So
today.
for those of
We
you
need
who
a
don't know what
thrd
we're talking
emote.
about, I just recommend
we'll
just
come
money
up.
bags
It'll
from the
come
Spyro games.
later. It'll
I
come
would
to
love
us.
I would love a shill emote. One that's just like when I'm talking about money. When I'm like, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
like
yeah,
money,
get the
coin.
money.
I think that would be a good one. Stonks, a Stonks emote.
And it's also
that
not
would be
bad
really good,
for-
actually. That would be really good.
Yeah, it's also not bad
That's
for
totally
a,
usable in other
a
stats.
bit emote either, because that means that you have to spend the money to get the money, you know?
A Stonks emote. Honestly, I think we should think about this and workshop it. I think that's such a good idea. There's so many times in the campaign where we get stuff, and then you can use it in other places, in other chats. Stonks
Mhm.
is so good.
Stonks isn't bad.
Lydia,
Stonks ain't
I
bad.
feel like you aren't impressed with this idea.
What?
How are you feeling about this idea? Stonks emote?
I
Yeah,
think
get-
Lydia zoned out when we started talking about Spyro the Dragon.
Yeah, I got lost,
Money
so I
bags.
left.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. So third emote to come, but I would love just a document where we can dump topics, because I feel like there are other things we didn't get to. Like we didn't fully fledge out like the army names.
We never
didn't
talked about the other channel point stuff you guys wanted to talk about.
Yeah, we never did.
channel
The
points.
whole
We
thing I
never
got my
to the
book
channel
for,
points.
because I have stuff written out on TPD to-do list.
I mean, I can cover the things that I've talked to Grant about real quick if you want.
I'm not gonna let you guys see what all is on the list because spoilers. But so I'll shake it aggressively. But there's the list right
Screenshot,
there.
screenshot.
No, it's shaking. You can't see it, but that's the list. Okay, it's gone.
I like how at one point
There's-
in time you
oh,
stopped
gosh.
moving the book and started moving your hand.
Leave me alone.
My cat, yes, my cat is here. I told you she'd meow louder when she's in the room.
So yeah, so Quincy, you're right on the money. So I've been talking to Grant about
Right on the stonks emote.
Grant, shut up.
I'm sorry.
But Grant and I have been talking for a long time about what do we do for like bits, and especially channel points. Channel points is a big one. Like, we have some people, like, I know that my own personal account that I'll like leave on to like check stream and stuff is at 72,000 channel points. And
I'm
like, I know
at-
people that are like 75, almost 80.
I'm at 69.1.
Nice.
Hey,
Stop
I'm at
watching.
87.8.
So sorry, I got distracted by the
Get started by the
chat.
numbers. You got it. Come on.
So I was thinking that in the future we should set up. I've seen a lot of streams have them, but they are almost like bars or circles that can be filled by like donation commands almost. So like you could refund a certain amount of points, and then it would fill a certain section of the bar. And then once the bar is full, they gain access to a resource. Because with a Dungeons & Dragons stream, the hard thing is you don't want the viewers to be able to fully run the story unless that is specifically the point of your game. But you do want them to be able to interact and give benefits or downfalls to the chat. So like an example of kind of
Or the
a
DM.
really good...
The DM.
Yeah, exactly. I was getting there. A really good use of this is from the C Team, a group that is the Acquisitions Incorporated group ran by Jerry Holkins. They had a thing set up where you could fill up a bar, and then they would gain the ability to spend a point to enact a special ability or to gain advantage on a certain check. But you could also donate it to the DM. And then if a DM had that point, for no reason other than expending a point, they could give a player disadvantage on a roll and stuff like that. And then those points stack, so you could like have multiple of them and use them periodically throughout the night and stuff like that. That would be a very good use of channel points especially, but also like you could donate bits and things like that to also add to those bars. One of the options that we had is we could allow the use of a variance die. So a little while ago, I just think it was Wormwood had a Kickstarter where they released special dice called variance die that had, I'm not sure if you can see it, dice with multiple natural 20s on them. And so the average roll stayed the same. So like the average number is still identical, but basically all of the mid rolls were removed. So there's a lot more 1s, a lot more 20s, a lot more like 17s, a lot more 3s, stuff like that. So we don't want, like, as you're saying, we don't want too many options.
It'll all be predetermined, like what they can do with their redemptions.
But all of the points and stuff would all be focused towards filling up a bar and progressing and stuff like that.
It's also hard too because you don't want it to be a super expensive thing that then like
where it never happens.
Where it never happens, or if it's like you can give a character like an inspiration point or something like that. If they already have it, you don't want them to get like spammed with it for a certain role and then only one person's gets used, you know.
Yeah. Plus, I think we can have it so like it carries over to the next stream, so the bar doesn't have to start at 0.
Yeah, though they would
There's
carry
a lot
over.
Of little rules.
Right.
The main thing that I would see it be, so the cool part about it is if you do it with the form of bits or channel points, regardless of how much you contribute, it isn't like one person, like you donate once and they get a point. It would have to be a team effort for the chat to give people different amounts of points and stuff.
That will be where our stands can fight, but it's also like a story element too, because Edward stands will want Cather to succeed sometime. You know what I mean? But...
there's a story element, and then regardless when the point is used, the characters and the characters do a thing. It doesn't matter if necessarily you donated 10 bits, or if you used 100 channel points, or if you donated 10,000 bits. What matters is that you contributed to that role. So it feels like you helped or you did something and affected the campaign regardless of how much you did. So it'd be a good like team kind of element for the chat itself.
Yeah, Quincy said that Quincy's personal games are actually heavily dependent on chat. I didn't know that. That's really cool. They have monster spawns and added damage, added the chaos.
So like I've even suggested to Grant that for like the like charity streams and stuff, we could go way more chat dependent, where it's like the chat decides on the monsters or
Oh, that's a great idea.
there's a
Yeah.
lot of like if you have ever watched the GDQ, which stands for Games Done Quick, they'll have speed runs of games that the chat can donate up to certain amounts of goals, and the goals increase each time that they are accepted to like hinder or help the player. So like and so when the command is met, the code happens in the game. So there may be one that it's like 20,000 points, which could be through channel points or donations or anything like that, instantly kills the player.
Whoa, what?
And stuff like that. So this is like video games and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the next goal would be 40,000 points to accomplish that specific one. But there could also be one where it's like the character gains immunity to death or becomes invincible for a set period of time, or their weapons switch up and stuff like that. And that's like a really cool aspect to that specific GDQ. We could do something like that for like a charity stream. You can set up like different commands with donations that maybe it's like, oh, the character is dead, you can spend a certain amount of money to bring them back to half health or full health or something like that. You could have a command for resurrection, you could have a command for heal, you could have a command for so many different things. And that would be a really interesting aspect. For our current game on Mondays, it's a lot less chaotic and character influenced, and chat influenced. So we would only want to give the players things that they could use that don't change the story, but just give them a benefit.
Yeah, and maybe for special events, like I think that can be somewhere where we can kind of experiment with stuff, because once we start incorporating more chat intervention, I guess you could say, into the main campaign, we really don't want to totally sacrifice the, like, I guess, integrity of the things that happen within the story. You know what I mean? We don't want it to just be chaos, you know, or like throwing in like a Cthulhu because chat raised, you know, that's like crazy.
Exactly.
But we do want to really develop a collaborative feeling and a collaborative, like a genuinely influential way of doing things that doesn't entirely derail the story elements. So it'll take time to develop.
That's why I'm saying, like, if we use it as a certain amount of points, the bar fills up, you gain access to one use of the variance die, and then the bar resets. You could keep those going, and maybe you have 5 variance die at some point in time. And it would just be us as players know this is a big moment. This is the perfect moment where either a big fail or a big success are crazy entertaining to watch.
And you could also use them for funny things.
Exactly. Like, I need to succeed on this cooking check. You pull out the high variance die, and it's like, it's time. And then the DM also knows he's pulling out the high variance die. I need to make this even more overblown than it normally would be. And that's the exact purpose, where it doesn't actually change how the story goes.
It just makes it more interesting in chat.
It basically gives the characters another ability that is given by the chat, which is super fun in my opinion.
You know, if we ever reach partner status, one thing that partner recently introduced was a moments token. So you can, like, whenever something crazy happens on chat. I was watching Philza recently,
Grant loves
and
Minecraft.
a creeper almost he almost got struck by lightning on his hardcore world, and so he made it a moment. And those moments are things that, like, anybody who was there when the event happened, it can be given this, like, little token that basically says I was there, and they can, like, build the number of moment tokens they have based on how many moments they were present for.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
so things like that, like redemptions or something like that, maybe we could incorporate moments into it so people can kind of keep track of how many times they've, like, been a part of it, kind of like the hype train shows who was there. Like, maybe that's a way to do it, but I'm just spitballing here. I hadn't had that thought before, but
Yeah.
bottom line, we want to start doing that, although I would imagine we probably won't really start trying stuff like that in the main campaign until campaign 2, I'd guess. But I don't
probably
know. I don't know,
campaign
though.
2. Yeah, that would probably be the earliest that we would want to start this, because it would be weird to go into it and it's not been that way for the entire rest of the show.
Right. Yeah.
Of course, we'll
It'd be a little-
try things first.
Mhm.
Right.
But like
Um,
Table Scraps is a really good opportunity to kind of just like, hey, let's run a one shot and try this out and see if we can get the
Right.
system running and things like that.
Well, and like, this is kind of off topic, but it's part of like my list of things that
Shameful on Table
we're
Scraps.
wanting to.
Off topic.
What?
Off topic
Oh.
on Table Scraps? How could you?
Crazy! I'm the worst. Anyway, so I've had a few ideas of things to like help introduce, and we've talked about it. Chat's talked about it too with some of these things. But one thing that I have been working on for forever was creating like catch-up things for people with the main campaign.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem was we've had so many episodes and I've just fallen so far behind that it's kind of impossible
Yeah.
to catch up on all that. But we're about to hit a time jump in game. So the plan is with the time jump is that whole first half before the time jump of the campaign, I'll just make one big thing for overviewing like all of it, going into the details that are like really important with it, hitting all the big plot points, talking about the characters. I'll just make one big video for that for our YouTube, and then starting once we get into the second half, then I will start doing the more regular every 5 episodes. Here's a summary of what's happened in the last 5 episodes, so then people can easily catch up and be a part of the story, even though we're already so far in. And so then they can still go back and keep watching the episodes, but they'll have little summaries of what's just recently happened as we go. So that's one thing.
I'm excited. I love your short form content. I think it's
Oh,
hilarious.
and also when you make your art style a little less like super detailed, when it's a little bit more like cartoony, oh gosh, I love it. It's so flipping great. Also, guys, I gotta run. I'm gonna go get a tattoo. So
Heck
that's
yeah,
exciting.
Grant.
I'll probably reveal it on my personal channel at Philo Grant sometime if any of you guys want to check that out. I don't know when, but it'll probably happen at some point. I'll show it off. So
It'd be pretty
Nice,
sick.
nice,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Have
I'm
fun.
excited. First tattoo, baby. Let's make it happen.
Enjoy. Don't be in too much pain.
Thanks. It'll be super easy. I'm not worried about it at all.
Sounds good. Have fun.
Just kidding. Okay. Should I leave? Is that
No, you can
Should
go.
I leave or okay. Goodbye.
Bye. And then there
On
were
it.
2. And then the other thing that I'm going to be working on for the time jump thing is having a little art section on our break screen for main campaign.
Yes,
Incorporating that
I
into
want
the
that.
overlay.
So that means that you guys have to do more work. You
That-
people of the
yeah.
chat, give us more art. I hunger.
Otherwise, it'll just be like my stuff.
Yeah, or like once a month, it'll be like something that I've drawn, and then the rest will all be Lydia.
Yeah,
Maz,
so
get
that's
in
another
there.
thing.
I don't care if it's a stick figure
Um,
drawing. Do it.
Let's see, what else do we got going on?
Got so many.
One
things
thing
going
I
on.
want to start looking into is maps.
Ooh.
Having maps on
Yes.
the as part of the overlay for when we do combat. I know somebody commented on it on our last episode, saying that it could really help improve with combat. So I
Mhm.
think that would be a nice thing. So I'll be looking into that over our like campaign like break as the time jump is happening. And then that one I can't talk about. That one I can't talk
Got a whole bunch
about.
of secret stuff going on.
That one I can't
I'm
talk
excited
about.
for all of it. I get to build a house, y'all. I'm sorry.
If you live.
That is fair. That was my one thought while I was in the sky, being struck by lightning and trying to kill an angel. I was like, man, if I die here, I'm never going to get to build that house.
Okay, so then Maz, with your question, we are unsure what we're going to do exactly with it. We've thought about the idea of separating like campaign 1 and making this campaign. It's really up to DJ. It's up to what DJ feels comfortable doing and wants to do as far as what we call it. I think it could be where we do something where it's kind of like a campaign 2 and
I
we
will
start at an
always
episode
consider
1
it
again.
Campaign 1. But I am.
I
would
mean, yeah,
say
but as
we
far
should
as
do,
like the
a campaign
episode
1.5. Yeah, Maz, you're
or
on
like
it.
or like chapter chapter 2.
Campaign
It's
1,
not
chapter
it's
2, something
yeah.
like that.
And then we just start with episode 1 again, and people can
I
keep
do
up.
love calling them chapters a lot more because we're the paper dungeon.
Yeah,
And
it makes
that's
more
like a book
sense.
thing. I think chapters are really good.
Yeah.
I'm excited, but no, it will not be like a new campaign, obviously, because it's a time
it'll
skip.
still be our characters. It'll still be following this story. It'll still involve all of the stuff that's happened in campaign 1 and all the plot points developing there should be carrying over into that, unless DJ's got some wicked plans.
Hilarious enough.
Plot twist on us.
Track will still be 13
That is technically true.
because he only ages 1 year for every 10 years. So only 3
Oh gosh,
years. He's
Renaya will be
150.
Renaya will be in her late 50s. She'll be almost 60.
Close. Oh man, what's it like to be old? Yeah, I'm excited.
Wait, that puts then Edward will be like
10.
20, 26, 27.
Doug, I don't know how old anyone is in this campaign.
And then the 3 years is nothing for
Yeah,
for
he's like,
Cather.
I'm an elf.
Cather's
Yeah.
like almost 200, I think.
Yeah, I'm excited. If I live,
Or like 150 something.
it's gonna be pretty jazzy. Gonna build a house, y'all. I'm so excited to build a house. I've been thinking.
I'm really excited.
Oh man. I've been thinking of so many cool things. This is gonna have so many buildings. And there's gonna be like consecrated ground. It's gonna be. We're gonna have a bathhouse.
I've got some
We're gonna
cool
have,
stuff
oh,
up my
man.
sleeve too. I'm really
I need
excited
to talk
for.
to everyone about the houses that they want. There will be a kitchen, a fully functional kitchen with pancakes available. We'll have pancake stuff in stock.
We have like pancake toasters.
We're gonna have like a sauna. Gonna have that. Yeah, we're gonna have a sauna room
Why?
because Grant requested a sauna room.
Of course he did.
Like a sweat house. It'll be great. And then,
Gosh.
oh man, there's gonna be so many cool things. Gonna have a chapel. Gonna have just a whole graveyard. I'm not sure.
I'm actually really excited because there's some things I've talked about with DJ that DJ has approved of that I now have kind of changed up the dynamic a little bit with Renaya. So I gotta actually do some character reflection to see how I'm gonna adjust Renaya to those.
So DJ really needs to
things.
stop making the same mistake when it comes to me. Is because I was like, hey DJ, there's some things that I want to go over with when it comes to the time skip, and he said, rough paraphrased quote, you can pretty much tell me anything and I'll be down. And I'm like, buddy, that is a mistake, and you should never give that to me. You should never ever
Graveyard
tell
and
me.
Graveyard. Oh my gosh.
The graveyard will be equipped with a disco ball.
Naturally.
Yeah, so the whole point of consecrating the ground is that the undead can't be there. You can't turn the dead people into undead people.
Uh-huh.
That means that it's the perfect place to dance because you have no fear of the dead rising up to kill you.
Thus making it the perfect place to dance,
Yes,
obviously.
exactly. 'Cause look, I fear every day I step into a disco. Because I'm like, there's a reason that Panic at the Disco exists. And it's
That's
because
fair.
of the undead. Bad things
That's
happen when you dance.
valid.
Exactly.
I think that was honestly one of my favorite Halloween costumes. Was I was the death of the party,
Oh man.
and I was like in this full like party outfit, and I had like a skull painted. Yeah, I was cool. I love Halloween.
Grant had to go get a tattoo, Ryan. We are talking about the Dancing Dead. Also, there's an excellent song by Bear Ghost, I believe it is, which is Necromancin' Dancin', I think is the name of it.
You showed that song to me, and I'm
It's
obsessed
a
with
bop.
it. It's a
Bear
real
Ghost
bop.
is a super cool band. They do a lot of like scary songs that are just like about scary things, but they're absolutely a jam. Check them out. Lydia, I need to stop this.
I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy and hungry, so I want to go.
I am going to call it here. You're welcome, everyone who watched for 4 hours and 30 minutes today.
Aaron, way to be a rock star and
God
do this.
almighty.
Real proud of you. You worked so hard today.
I'm sorry that we didn't finish the monster that I was creating. I talked too much, and then we had technological problems. There's a high chance once we get towards like mid-May that I will do a lot more of individual streams where I just hop on and do stuff. I just don't have the time right now. So keep an eye out for those once we get into May. Other than that, we will be back next Thursday, and we will stream Dungeons and Dragons on Monday. Ryan,
Monday.
we thank you greatly for stopping by. Just a reminder, if you haven't followed us or Mickey Joe CJR in chat, he is a good friend of mine. We've been friends since high school. Check him out. Plays a lot of video games. He's really good. You should follow him.
Guys, you included a G where it doesn't belong. There you go. You got it.
Other things to do. We have a Discord. If you're not in it, you should be. What are you doing? Make art for us, and then be happy and content with your existence. We have TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. Those are awesome things to follow. Lydia posts things on there, and they are hilarious. Sometimes Grant does things with Twitter, and I get upset. So that's fun. You should watch that. It's cool. Other than that, we have, let's see, I already said Discord. YouTube.
Sorry, Maz.
We have YouTube, and you can watch it if you want to catch up on our campaign, and you're like, oh my god, that's 66 episodes or something like that. Start
Episode
at either
62.
Yep, episode 62 or
It's not on
episode
YouTube
50.
yet, so you have no way to access it right now.
Episode
but Grant's
50
supposed to
is,
work on that. He promised.
Both of those 2 episodes will give a bit of a background of what exactly is happening in the campaign and kind of get to know the characters a bit, see some NPCs, some of which we don't remember anymore. It'll be great. Other than that, Discord, YouTube. We have a store. It's on our website, www.thepaperdungeon.com. Lydia also has a store where you can buy her cool merch and commission artwork from her, and it's awesome. You can do that. Then you can be like Quincy's Tavern and get your art from the same place. See how I've used this person that we like to our advantage? I'm so sorry, Quincy. If you want to support us directly, we have donations through Streamlab. We have a Patreon. We have a Ko-Fi. That's awesome. If you use our Patreon, we don't have a whole lot of people on Patreon, but we do have some videos on there, and that's pretty cool. Some of them are kind of funny.
Look, once the move happens, Patreon's gonna be popping.
Patreon's gonna blow up once, gosh dang, the move goes down. I don't.
The move is the move.
The move is the move. I don't think I have anything more to talk about. Lydia, do you have anything you want to talk about?
I don't. I'm really hungry.
Okay, Lydia's really hungry. I have sprinted through these plugs so aggressively.
You did.
Thank you, everyone, for stopping by today. Regardless of how long you've been here, if you've been here since 4 hours and 30 minutes ago, we thank you for your service. And I am
Thanks for
sorry.
stopping by.
The only thing I have left to say is good luck and Godspeed.
Godspeed.
We will see you next week, Dungeoneers.
Bye.
It's been a blast.
You did.